I have way too many devices in my house. How's it going? I'm a bit rusty today. How is everybody doing? Liz, good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. I hope you're not too much of a human popsicle. Do you know what the funny thing is? Now I have Fleece Lightning stuck in my head. Go, Fleece Lightning, go. How is everybody out there? If you're watching this in the future, I am Godless Sewing. This is the Godless Sewing channel, and I welcome everybody to my channel. This is a drama-free channel, and I made a cape. I hope everyone's having a good night. Tonight, I am going to resurrect a sewing machine in real life. I have the machine still wrapped in packing tape, and it still has the Goodwill sticker on it. So I'm ready to go. This morning, I woke up inspired, and I made a cape. Last week, I was talking about Walter Mercado, and I made the mistake of Googling Walter Mercado, and his, his CV is awesome. So shout out to Walter Mercado for inspiring me to make a cape. Also, it's going to be messy, but I am going to resurrect that sewing machine. Like I said, as I was wandering around, I have way too many devices. Oh, I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone had a good Christmas. So, for anyone who was here last week, I have gained my voice back. So for anyone who I'm not friends with on Facebook, I recently went to my local Vallarta for Christmas. I always get tamales and a ton of food. Well, my order got messed up. It is a lot of bells and whistles on the Kenmore 385. This particular Kenmore 385 that I have is, I think, my like 8th or 9th. I'm ridiculous with it. But it's still wrapped. It still has the foot in there. It still has the price tag. So I'm stoked. This is going to be the first time that I've ever brought a sewing machine back to life live. I only have 150 to 5. Are you talking about sewing machines? Oh, you only have a 158 and a 521. Okay. I thought you were ballparking your amount of sewing machines, and I was like, wow, that's incredible. That's awesome. It's amazing how many 385s were made over time. It makes me laugh because I have a 385 from, I want to say I want to say like the 60s, and it's a 385. Actually, it's probably right over there. Yeah, it is from the 60s, and it's a 385. So they've been making that model for a very, very long time. I hope everyone's having a good night. Like I said, I'm going to bring this thing back to life eventually. This morning, I woke up inspired, and I made a cape. I'm going to throw a huge star on there because I'm all about the ridiculous, but I love how the cape came out. And what I really did is I got 2 yards. I went to good old Walmart. I got 2 yards of the star material and, just cut a giant, well, I just cut a triangle in the back. I shaped it to my shoulders and I just draped everything from under, from there. I draped everything underneath it and it looks amazing. It wasn't necessarily the hardest thing, but I absolutely love how the cape came out. And it's almost windy season around here, so it's going to be super dramatic for the video. Oh, thank you, Liz. Thank you. I hope you're not too freezing this evening. I know it's got to be extremely cold. I'm so spoiled here in Southern California. I was literally like almost broke out in a sweat a minute ago when I was dancing. It was like 70 something degrees here today. Yeah, they did make them from the 60s on. It's so hard to tell. Singer has a really, it's all about the drape. This one's super dramatic because it drags. I've made quite a few that make me look more Roman, where it's all up top. But this one definitely has a train that walks behind you, so it's awesome. Oh, I was gonna say, the older sewing machines, well, not the older, different brands like Kenmore, um, basically anything that's not Singer doesn't necessarily have the greatest database. It took me forever to figure out where my Morris was from, and that's actually what began my love for Japanese sewing machines because I discovered it could be anything from a Juki to a Suzuki, a Honda. You name a company from Japan, they've made a sewing machine. You'd be surprised. And it's definitely cape season. It is the season for wearing capes right now. Not as bad as the ice storm. A balmy 43. It's just raining a lot. So if I disappear, I'm drying off my phone. Understandable. It's crazy how we live on the West Coast, but we literally live on different sides of the planet. I always talk about how I miss Portland up until about wintertime, which is like from Halloween up until June. JAG. Oh, so the JA and the JC sewing machines I've discovered are some of the just best machines that I own, especially the JA machines. And my Stars sewing machine has the made in occupied Japan it has the made in occupied Japan placard on it. Let me see if I can grab it. These things are not light. Let me switch this over. But it says made in occupied Japan. I don't know if it'll come out. Man, those things have got to be like 40, 50 pounds. But that machine taught me how to take care of the older sewing machines because it's built on such a simple principle. I figured it out in like 10, 15 minutes. I love that Star sewing machine. I would actually sell almost every vintage sewing machine in here, and I would keep my my Star sewing machine. I love that thing. Yeah, it's and I traced it back, like that's made right after World War II. I mean, within 3 years, this sewing machine was made and shipped off. So that sewing machine, it's not like a holy grail, but like as far as like Japanese clone sewing machines, that's one of the earliest that I found, and I love that thing. I absolutely love that sewing machine. You know what? Let's start unboxing this thing, and I might as well. So I got this machine like a week ago. So when it comes to like putting a sewing machine back together, they are really hit or miss, especially something like this. It's either gonna fire right up and work instantly, or it's gonna be a hassle. Oh wow. Wow. Well, we're in the same boat then. I have quite a few sewing machines. I always throw my numbers out, and I said 90 in my goodbye video, which turned out to be my like, oh psych, I'm still here. But I'm somewhere around like 80 something. I don't even want to admit to how many that I have. But this is definitely a first. So this machine is still wrapped in its plastic, still has its price tag on it from the Goodwill. I paid this says $19.99, but I always show up on half off day. Oh, Portland. Do you know they used to always say to me when I lived in Portland, they would always be like, "Oh, did you like the Portland summer?" So to the rest of America, it doesn't rain all summer. It doesn't even rain in Washington like it does in Portland. It's the strangest thing. All right. So I know that WD-40 is blasphemous. But if you go to my Twitter, it literally says sewing and blasphemy. Do you know this is one of the most universal plugs. I probably have like I don't want to say 40. I probably have 30 of these. This is definitely a clone machine from, I want to say the 90s, but the 90s and early 2000s machines were very much alike. Because quite honestly, a sewing machine is like a bicycle. There's only so many ways that you can perfect it until it's not a sewing machine anymore. All right, I have my indestructible power cord. No, I don't think I've ever done this live before. Hey, how's it going, Skid Scratcher? So I'm all about safety first. So for anyone who's worried, I have fire extinguishers everywhere in this room. Because believe it or not, I'm accident prone. All right. So on first glance, the light turned on. That's a good sign. You know what, honestly, I really hope that this one is a good one, because I burn through sewing machines because I sew every day or whenever I can get my hands on a sewing machine. I have a sewing machine at my job. I'm one of those crazy people who sew everywhere they go. Do you know, a long time ago, um my cousin came and visited me for Thanksgiving, and he brought his gaming computer, and in my head I'm like, What's wrong with this guy? Why is he bringing his computer? Do you know, like 6 years later, I get it. I get it. I ain't even mad at you. I take us my Husqvarna Viking with me everywhere. Like when I go on trips, I take it with me. It's crazy. So okay, that kind of never happens. But the only way we're gonna really know if this thing how this thing works or not is we gotta thread it. All right. Okay, so it fired right up with the newer machines. It is 50-50. There's no like in the middle. Exactly. Usually it's this big dramatic thing. I bust out my camera. I have this huge thing that I put on my desk to catch all the oil. I put my coveralls on. This one, not so much. All right. You know, I've made a video about what kind of thread you should and should not use. And I'm like back and forth when it comes to like expensive thread and cheap thread. To me, it's the same thing, but I know people will argue for or against it. But this is Coates and Clark, I think. Yeah. This is what the thread that everybody uses. Skits, I hope you're doing well. You can hop in whenever you choose to. Exactly. Not even oil. Usually it's a huge ordeal. Oh, I forgot there was tape here. I wondered why there was tape there. We're gonna find out. Oh, so I make threading a sewing machine look easy, but I have years of experience. If anyone tells you anything is easy on YouTube, they are lying to you. Especially this model. These are easy to thread. Let's see if anything's in the bottom, which there usually is. It was threaded, not properly. Do you know what's so funny? It's not rare to find upholstery thread in here because somebody will use a machine like this for one project and then they get rid of it. So it makes me laugh because I often find upholstery thread in these machines. All right. Okay. Do you know I'm scared to turn the light on because I've been electrocuted quite a few times. So there's been quite a few times where I've turned on the sewing machine, I put my hand on it, and I'm like, how's it going? Hi, Mallory. How's it going? I'm waiting for my computer's really laggy today for some reason. How's it going? I'm gonna thread this thing. Like I said, I've been electrocuted quite a few times. So I err on the side of caution. All right. You know what the funny thing is? Last week I was harping on a needle threader, and right now I need one. All right. I'm one of those people that always says, "Well, I'm a sewing machine." You can always tell when someone's self-taught because they do not use the needle threader. Hey, Pyro Sketcher, how's it going? Oh, oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, if anyone wants to hop in at all, let me know. And I'll throw the link in the chat. Um, I'm totally down to hang out. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, tell us about it. I've got so lucky, it's not even funny. But I have specific places that I go looking for. And it's so funny. When you go to the good, I am so interested in how much you paid for um how much you paid for it. Because the Goodwill lately, their prices have been unreal as far as sewing machines go. Good old upholstery thread. Is the cabinet from 1910 as well? Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Okay, that's awesome. Certain years didn't even have the mount on it because the motor wasn't invented yet. My 1906 is like that. You know what? I'm gonna have to look. There's a certain year where they were both treadle and motor. I'm definitely gonna have to do some research on that. Oh, that's us 45 bucks. That's a score. Liz is saying hello, hello. 45 bucks. And you know the funny thing is we all know the resale value. When I see that, I'm like, do these people realize what they have? Do they realize? I sold one for 900 bucks and it justified my sewing habit really quick. Wow. Do you know, in a really weird way, I don't know the year of it. I lost or it was stolen. It was the singer that had the Sphinx on it. It had the Sphinx painted on it. Or it's somewhere in the back of my storage unit. It's kind of a mystery around here. Because I own so much stuff, there's quite a few things that are missing. And like that's just Grant's gold at this point. Wow. 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 That's awesome. I'm trying to look. I really want to know what year did they have the mount on? Because if you take off the bobbin winder, you usually could mount the motor on most like antique Singer sewing machines. Because I have a two from the 1950s, one from 1940. Well, it's really funny. There's a huge gap in the Singer sewing machines because of World War II. Singer stopped production and started making bullets. Good old Isaac Merritt Singer history for you right there. But I'm trying to think. That one's from the 50s. The one in the back, that one's from the 30s. But that one came with a motor. I love the antique Singer sewing machines. But because I live in America, I have more access to the Singer sewing machines. Like I want there's certain Foth sewing machines that I am dying to get my hands on, but I don't live anywhere near Minnesota. Which is basically I call it the Nancy Zeman machine. Anyone who grew up like in the 80s or 90s on PBS, there was this woman called Nancy Zeman, and she would just sew. And as a kid, I would geek out and watch it, and it still makes me laugh because most of it's on YouTube. So if you get bored, you can watch her entire career on YouTube. Nancy Zeman is a authentic human being. Okay, so I have, electrocuted myself, shot sparks out like a supervillain. There was when I got the white rotary, I don't know what I was thinking, I don't know why I did this, but I plugged in my white rotary, and this half of the garage completely shut down. My panel was like, "No, dummy, what are you doing?" I've learned with the older sewing machines to take caution. That's why in my last video with the one from 1906, I believe, when I plugged it in, that was the first time that I plugged in a sewing machine that was an antique, and it did not shock me or start a small fire. I'm still kind of shocked at that. Okay. Okay. See, that's what it's just one of those weird mysteries to me of what year did they just because it's just a simple little hump that they put on the sewing machine. Yeah, I've had bad luck with sewing machines. Speaking of which, let's grab a scrap piece and let's test this out. All right. This is knees the microphone. So this is definitely the first time that I've got a sewing machine running live, but this one was fairly easy. Because I found the upholstery thread in here, like I said earlier, I guarantee you someone did like one project with this and then got rid of it, which is kind of unfortunate because this is an awesome machine. All right, let's length. Okay. Loosen that up a little bit. All right. For your benefit, I will turn it. Oh, of course I put black on navy blue, but that is throwing down a perfect stick. Score. That's perfect. So for 20 bucks, I just scored, and that's the back too. So little godless sewing secret. If you ever see me like, oh look, that's a perfect stitch, and I don't show you the back, that's because it wasn't a perfect stitch. This is perfect. I'm impressed. You know, my Husqvarna Viking, for all the money that it's worth, for as fancy as it is, it's really starting to show its age. I got it in 2019, and it's letting me know, like, boss, I'm tired. I've made giant coats, cloaks. I've really put that machine through the ringer. So I'm not surprised that it's missing stitches, but not as bad, and I still use it, but I need a backup machine. And this is perfect. So let's test out the other stitch. I'm impressed. It's never this easy. It is never this easy. Exactly. Exactly. 20 bucks well spent. I'm stoked. I honestly I need a reliable backup machine. The baby lock that I scored is totally reliable, but it's so powerful that I had to order the actual baby lock parts because it throws off anything that isn't baby lock. So I scored with this. It's such a cliche, but it's true that oh, they are 385s. I'm gonna count. I'm gonna be a geek in a minute, and I'm gonna count how many 385s I have. Oh, gosh, I think I have two. I have like 7 or 8 sewing machines in the closet. Those are the ones I was like, oh, I'm never gonna use those ones. Oh, I'm not gonna use them anytime soon. Um, I scored. Usually these are a mess, or there's something wrong with them, or it's just a complete mess. So let's keep going and see what happens. All right. Wow. Didn't skip a stitch. That's the important part. That's the important part. Do you know what? I scored. I completely scored. It's rare that this happens. As someone who is always like, "Oh, I can fix that. Oh, I can fix that." It's rare that I get a sewing machine and it well, I don't want the thing to explode on me. Let's try the buttonhole. All right, test piece, test piece. Okay, I said buttonhole. Well, at least it throws down a perfect stitch. Oh, do you know, having taken these apart, I know exactly what's wrong with this. When plastic meets metal, they often clash. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. So, I'm going to call this one a victory because it throws down a perfect stitch. It's exactly what I need it for. Because I need another machine to burn out. So, I'm you know, I have not said this in a long time. I'm gonna chuck a ton of stickers on this one because I'm gonna keep this one. I do resell a lot of my sewing machines, but it just depends on the price. Problem is when you deal with a fanatic, they know what they have, or maybe they don't know what they have. But I'm one of those people where I do my research. So when I resell something, like I want, I get a decent value for them, but I'm not going to rip somebody off though. I see sewing machines that are from the 1950s that like they're really worth $200, $300. I see people sell them for 1,000, 1,500. And it's kind of dishonest because you're saying, oh, it's an antique, but there's a difference between a sewing machine from 1906 and a sewing machine from 1950. There's a big difference. So it all depends. This was a total score. This was a score. I'm stoked because do you know what's really funny? This has the exact same pedal as the Husqvarna Viking, as the brother, I guarantee you most of these machines were made in Japan, right next to each other. They just stamp different bodies on them. Because if you look at this body type, this was so mass produced and so cloned that I could get a brother. I in this room, I have a brother that looks like this. I have the baby lock in a weird way looks like this. Also, I have a singer that looks like this, but I have a soft spot for Kenmore Sewing Machines. I absolutely love Japanese clone sewing machines. And just like this machine, you don't know if this is a Juki, Suzuki, Honda. Like, I love that gamble on these machines. Speaking of gamble, so now that's awesome. I'm stoked that this one works. That was super anticlimactic. This, I don't want to kill my phone cord. Oof. Gosh, those things have got to be like 60 pounds. That's like a full, you're curling on when you're using those things. Okay, so this is from 1906. I got this at Rooster's Relics near my house. The second I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a white rotary. I knew exactly what it was. Yeah, it's a white. And I only paid 45 bucks for this. So I completely scored on this white. And ah, my thing is, it's cool to have antiques, but I want to get them going. And it still needs some help, but it's turning without too much of a squeak because this one's a mess. I have two other white sewing machines. Actually, you can actually see the other one right there. They're in perfect condition. They're in like showroom floor condition, especially the other one for its age. The other one is from 1914 and it still has all of its decals. And for anyone who's wondering, 1914 is the beginning, is the same year that World War I started. The detail on this machine is unreal. For something that's from 1914, it still has 99% of its decals. And I don't even want to, I like this machine. I've seen all these crazy things of how to properly clean machines, and I'm like, nope. Because what's gonna happen? I cleaned the star off of my old Star sewing machine. So it was a mess. Absolutely. It is like new. All right. So, how's everyone doing tonight? Because I could sit here and show off every single sewing machine. I will pull out the 1906 Singer I recently scored because that thing was a score. I still can't believe I got that one. But these white sewing machines, I see them everywhere. But the older Singers, people know what they have. When a couple years ago, I used to flip. I flipped all kinds of things like houses, cars. And when I say a few years ago, I mean like 10, 15 years ago. Long story short, when shows like Counting Cars and people like on the Discovery Channel started finding out what their house was really worth, couldn't do it anymore. And that's kind of what happened with Singer sewing machines is that everybody has Google. So if you're smart, you'll Google your machine, and depending on the condition, you can get a really high price for a Singer sewing machine. Oh wow. I'm looking for oddities like that, but here in Los Angeles, you really have to come with a giant pocketbook, depending on where you're going. I go to the outskirts. And it's not a secret. Like, it's not like I'm giving away some like huge godless sewing secret. Like, I go out to the middle of nowhere because in Los Angeles, oh, I took a picture of it. I went to one of my favorite thrift stores, and they had a Kenmore, okay? The same table, not the same table, but the same model Kenmore that I have. I paid like 25, 30 bucks for that machine. These crazy people wanted $100. And honestly, the cabinet's not even worth $100, Um, so I've learned like that. That's why I would go to Ventura, California so much because in Ventura, they had no idea what they had whatsoever. Yes. Yeah. LA is no joke. Like LA is not for the faint of heart. And as a collector, I might put a few things up for auction because I know I could fetch a pretty penny, but it's just the painstaking work of having to drag 50 vintage sewing machines and tables to an auction house. But yeah, LA is unreal. Do you know every time you say "Go fleece lightning," I get grease lightning stuck in my head. But yeah, LA, that's why I think people have like, I'll say out loud, like, "You've lost your mind." There's a thrift store I go to that's in Van Nuys, okay? I love it. I put it in my videos all the time. It's a huge thrift store. They want like 110, 120. The only sewing machine and I'll admit it right here, the only sewing machine I ever paid a high price for was my 301A, and it was worth it. It came with everything, and I still use it. And my 404, I actually the person did not know what they had, and I got that for like $40. But my 301A, I did pay a pretty penny for it. And you know what? It was worth it. That's what the fanatics always say. But I don't know if anyone has ever heard of Walter Mercado, or if I've just been watching way too much television, but have fallen in love with this cape. I'm thinking about adding a giant star on it. What do you think? I woke up inspired this morning. I ran over to my local Walmart and I was like, I need 2 yards of this, 4 yards of this. And the funny thing is, I had a whole other idea, and I have 4 yards of blue fabric, and I do not know what to do with it. I was gonna go in a whole different direction, but then I decided to go for the Save 'em All cape. I've been watching way too much YouTube where I was like, yeah. Oh, so with this cape, I actually used my 404. Um, it rivals new machines today. I'm not saying it's better than a Juki. I'm just saying like it lays down the perfect stitch. I can see why the Singer 404 is such a sought after machine, because if you look, I added another piece in between that, and all I did was go around with my 404. It locked everything into place. I was thinking about that. Or like a couple stars on there. I don't know. I can't even like the whole Walter Mercado thing kind of inspired it, but making capes and more than anything else, cloaks is where I started. But I have this crazy habit of putting a hood on everything, so I'm not gonna throw a hood on that. I'm not gonna throw a hood on that one because it's gonna it's gonna turn everything turns into a jacket. And then I have to add interfacing, and then it goes from easy project to 2 weeks later. Oh, I should really finish that. I should really finish that. So it really depends on what I want it to look like. Oh, wow. Do you know where I live? That would be a couple thousand depending on, oh, hold on, RG. Oh, wow. So I haven't decided, I'm not gonna ask the question, should I add pockets? Because the front, I'm not showing the front because I haven't ran the surgery. I haven't ran it through the surgery or anything, but the front is huge as well. And I like that, like, I call it Roman. When your cloak is up to your chest, it's different than a coat that is completely closed. So when I say Roman style, I just mean it's meant to go over everything like an overcoat, but it's not a coat, it's a cape. So it meets more at mid chest more than anything else. And I like that dramatic look. especially when you're walking with something like that. It looks awesome. And when I say mid chest, it comes halfway down my torso, so it is like an actual coat. It's like down to here. It's not like the Renaissance coats where, do you know, I have a pattern for a Renaissance coat and I still haven't finished it because with my odd torso, it hooks up here and that's it. It is a tiny coat. That's why I made my Misfits chainmail like long I don't even know what you call that. A vest, medieval vest. I don't even know what you would call that at this point. So I have a question. Should I do a year review of all the crazy stuff I've made this year? Should I make a video of all the crazy stuff that I've made in 2022? Because let's not forget, I made the man onesie where it's a pair of jorts and a jean and a long sleeve jean shirt. It's all one piece, you know. So let me know. I'm really thinking about that, but then I see other YouTubers doing that, and I try not to I try not to copy people too much. There are certain things that I see people do, and I'm like, oh, that works, but it just depends. But I have 4 yards of blue material, and I do not know what to do with it. Let me know in the comments what you think I should make with the blue material. Speaking of crazy stuff I've made this year, I completely forgot that I made the a blue smoking jacket. I like that idea. I like that. With a stash pocket, I really like that idea. I completely forgot that I made this thing. The beak is huge, but I completely forgot. And you know what the funny thing is? If I wore this around my grocery store, people wouldn't even react. People wouldn't even react. In Southern California, I've seen people in full hazmat suits. People have come to the grocery store in furry masks. I am like literally from the land of no shame. I'm trying to think. So a smoking jacket. I like that idea. I like that. I love my pandemic mask. A while ago, I mean 100 years ago on Instagram, I saw someone make it and I was like, that is so awesome. And they had the smoothest line. They had their mask on and they said, in case I have to go get the mail or something. I was like, that is so smooth. That is so smooth. But this is like blue. Here, let me I have a way better angle that I can. There we go. Oh, you definitely have to look up Walter Mercado because he inspired that cape. You definitely have to look up Walter Mercado. But that is like blue. I don't know. And I'm still gonna make coveralls. I'm still on the whole, like, I have to make coveralls kick. But I haven't found a material that's gonna hold up because I actually wear all this crazy stuff that I make. And so I need something that's gonna hold up. especially if I'm making something that's every day. Like recently I made t-shirts and I made them the proper way with with every pattern in the box, let's just say, because it's easy to make shortcuts when you're sewing, and certain things you really can. But other things like making coats, you need interfacing, you need the back lining. There's just certain things that you have to do if you want to make a successful coat. And they're not necessarily easy, but it's something that once you get it down, like threading a sewing machine, you know, it's a piece of cake. Walter Mercado was an amazing human being who I want to see the godless spin on a that's not a bad idea. Godless tartan. That's not a do you see the hamster on the wheel started running faster when he said that, Pyro Sketcher? I like that idea. I definitely like that idea. I double dog dare you to go to Walmart in a cape and a okay. So true story, okay? I wear some pretty crazy stuff. I know this. I'm an outlandish human being. I wear crazy patches, and then when I walk past someone, they turn around and there's like a cat on the back of my vest. I know I trip people out. I'm disappointed that I'm not on People of Walmart. I dress like Willie Nelson's illegitimate child. I dress like Val Kilmer right now. If anyone has ever seen Val Kilmer in public, he dresses like a hobo, like a homeless guy in Wyoming. John Goodman, too. I've seen John Goodman. Like, he is the Big Lebowski. So I'm disappointed that I'm not on the People of Walmart. Blocks. That's what I was thinking though. The second he said that, I was like, well, it is hardcore work. Kilt smoking jacket. So Liz has been pushing the zoot suit for a while now. You've been pushing the excuse me. I might have to go full Cab Calloway with the big shoulders and everything. When I was a kid, what Janet Jackson video was that? Where they all wore zoot suits in the good old MTV days. See, these are amazing ideas. Kilt, zoot suit, smoking jacket. I like that because the whole reason I made the vest was because last week I made that comment about Walter Mercado and how I'm gonna shut this place down and make it a cape factory. Because he has some amazing capes, and he had this like total Captain America cape, which is what inspired this. But like once I started going through his capes, I was like, oh, I could be here all day long. I forgot about the assless chaps. I still have those. I still have those. I will never, I am all about DIY, and I will not name names, but someone I know was like, you just cut up a pair of jeans and then seamed around the edges. Those aren't chaps, those are jeans. They were not impressed. I was. My DIY assless chaps were amazing. And if I knew where they were in that closet, I would run and grab them right now. Those things are a work of art, like my man onesie. If I didn't tell you it wasn't a onesie, you would just think that I tucked my shirt in. And I'm stuck in the 90s, or I work at the Cracker Barrel. But my man onesie is amazing. I do need to go back and put a pocket on the inside just to be a complete jerk on that one. Hey, how's it going? You know what? Now that you're here, I will grab how are you? How are you? I was showing off a couple sewing machines earlier, but I will grab my 1906 now. Actually, you know what? That thing is in that huge box. I'm gonna let it sit there for a second. It is such a mess. You know what? I will grab it. I'll stop being lazy. Okay. Oh. Oh man. Okay, so the white was from 1906. This is, I believe, I've got so many lately. It's so sad. I have to look up my own post. That's so sad because oh, 1913. 1913, the year before the Lusitania sunk. Or was it the year the Lusitania sunk? But this machine is impressive because for a machine from 1913, everything works. When I plugged this thing in, it did not burn my house down. I'm still kind of shocked. I'm still kind of shocked. Because this was the first one that I've plugged in and it did not start a mini fire. I didn't have to run around. It wasn't dramatic. The other sewing machine I did earlier was the second one that was kind of anticlimactic, but it's amazing to me. The artwork is still on this. You can tell this machine was really used because right at the foot, the most of the artwork is rubbed off, but that's normal. That's normal because these weren't showpieces. Like these were used. These machines were well used. So, I've found a wealth of knowledge actually from that database between Elizabethport, New Jersey, and Andersonville, South Carolina. I own probably 40 sewing machines from there. Just Elizabethport by itself. Ooh, I'm not much. It's really funny. I collect scraps like I'm a quilter. I need to start. I need to start. They were very expensive for their day. Crazy. See, I love finding out stuff like this. I again, I went to Rooster's Relics and I got lucky. But around where I'm from, believe it or not, I'm known as the sewing machine guy. And I'm sure when I turn around, they're like, that's the crazy sewing machine guy. So I give people my phone number and I'm like, hey, call me if you score anything. Rooster's Relics is different because it's like near my job. So I drive past it all the time and I'm like, make a right, do not make a left. Because I know they have things like this in there. And honestly, the new owner gave me a decent price. The old owner, now I can say this because it's under new management. The old owner, the old it is batshit crazy. But the old owner was pretty pricey, and I walked away from a few sewing machines, and he sold me a table, and I thought a Singer 404 was in it, so I paid a decent price, and it was a Singer stylist. And I'm not mad about it. I'm not. But as you can see, I'm not I was mad about it. I was mad. I was. But it's my bad because I didn't check. And in my mind, I saw the back of the machine and it looked like a 404, and it wasn't. If I had an 18 coffin top off in front of my garage, don't even know. Oh, I wish. I want to be back crazy for antique sewing machines. I get lucky. And as far as like the Goodwill goes, I um get their map of like, okay, what day is half off day for so and so item, and I really go looking. Like I really do my investigation because because of my stylist, I've been burnt. Like I was going for a holy grail sewing machine and I got a Singer stylist. And I'm not mad about it because it's a great machine, but like I've paid $20 for a Singer stylist, you know? I need to go back to Ventura for any if you know, I am willing to give away all my godless sewing secrets because it really isn't a secret. If you're ever in the LA area, Ventura, California, on Main Street, they have thrift stores everywhere on both sides of the street, and it's slowly fading out. 2020 was not kind to the antique and thrift store world, but there's a few stores that are still open, and there's one store in particular. I There's a video where I walk in and I look at this shelf, and here it is a year, 2 years later. I realized I bought every single one of those sewing machines off the shelf. I would drive all the way to Ventura, make a video, come back the next week, and it would still be there, you know? It was my secret honey hole, and I haven't been there for a while. I made the video when I got pulled over by the Ventura County sheriffs, and that I was my feathers were a bit ruffled, so I stopped going for a while. But Ventura is awesome, and like I said, I go on the outskirts of Los Angeles because Los Angeles County has lost its damn mind. Could you imagine living in downtown Los Angeles and paying $4,000 a month for rent? I just came back from the fabric district. I got some good scores on fabric. Long day. I I need to get down there. I lived in downtown LA off and on for 5 years. I lived on 3rd and Loma in MacArthur Park. So I was like right over the bridge from downtown LA, and it's been a while. I think because I lived down there, and Hollywood's the same way. I lived in Hollywood, so I don't venture down there because there's no mystery to me. Oh, Caroline, now you got me all wanting to go back to downtown. I saw this really amazing video with this young man who went down there, and he was like, I scored this and I scored this. And he's walking with these giant rolls out to his car. Oh yeah. I lived in MacArthur Park for 2 years. I lived on Hoover Street for a year. I lived on National in Culver City for a year. I lived all over Los Angeles. All over. Oh, and I lived in Koreatown. That was amazing. When I lived in Koreatown, it was amazing. That's the one thing I miss. I live on the outskirts in Yuppie Land. I miss being able to get Thai food at 11 o'clock at night. or 3 o'clock in the morning. When I lived on Hoover Street, I lived, I don't know, 45 steps from a Thai food restaurant. So I fell in love. Also an Armenian restaurant as well. I love Armenian food, Filipino food. That's the one thing about Los Angeles is that it's literally a melting pot. So you get food from around the world. And now I'm hungry and craving things that aren't by my house. I used to go to this place called El Gran Burrito. Well, it's El Gran Burrito. It's on hold on, Vermont and Santa Monica. I wonder if it's still there. I honestly like I loved that place. And back then burritos were like 250, but I loved that place. For $2.50, you would literally get a burrito this big. I miss I miss Los Angeles. Oh, my computer is so slow for some reason. The chat's faster on my phone. I'm surprised this hasn't died yet. You have to go so many deals. Wow. I seriously need to go back. It's been a while. I miss downtown, but I have it's been a while. LA and I have a history. I gotta plug that phone in before it dies. What? Ted? I need to go downtown. So in the next Godless Sewing video, you will see me in downtown Los Angeles. It's been a long time. Mom, my computer is so slow today. Do you know, I love it when people tell me that. I remember LA in general when it was peaceful. And even in the 90s, when it was at its worst, it was nothing like it is now. Nothing. Because people had it was almost like honor amongst thieves. There was like a code of ethics. And it seems like now people are preying on what they consider the weak. It's really weird. It's just really weird. And I think that's one of the things that keeps me in my yuppie land at home is because of that fact. I finally have a decent phone. I should. Because for a while I was lagging on the iPhones, but I finally have a decent iPhone. And I was thinking of doing a live. And also there's just in the San Fernando Valley, there is all kinds of swap meets and stuff. I've walked in and there is just rolls of fabric. There's bolts everywhere. It really depends. And because I'm such a thrifter though, I find fabric everywhere. And now yeah, I was thinking about going to Nevada. And if I do, I'm gonna do a bunch of lives because they have amazing thrift stores in Nevada. Well, when I say Nevada, I mean Las Vegas. If anyone wants to hop in, let me know and I'll throw the link in the chat. Or fur ball. I'm gonna quote you on that, fur ball. I was trying to Oh, awesome. Awesome. I lived in Los Angeles almost 20 something years ago. I was a total beauty school dropout, aka college dropout. I moved from Arizona. I I went to good old ASU, Arizona State University. I worked at the College Street Deli. Um, I almost took a piece of my finger off with a slicer. So for the rest of my life, I will have that memory. It's always a good story when I pull my finger out and I'm like, look, I chopped a piece of my finger off 20 something years ago. But I came straight from as a beauty school dropout, straight from Tempe, Arizona to Los Angeles. And I lived in LA for quite a few years until I moved to good old Portland, Oregon. Being from the outskirts, I loved LA at first. And after a while, do you know what's funny? I didn't consider it violent back then, and it probably was because it was so peaceful to me. I could walk around, be a geek on the bus, read my books. Do you know, I see footage of people on the metro and all these bad things happening. I would I would be like sitting there with my headphones on, reading a book, geeking out, and people left me alone, you know? Very, very good question. Did everyone have a nice holiday? I spent the day watching weather back east, so I was so oh my god on the cold weather. I have no idea what it feels like. Neither do I. I had a dream when I was younger to live in Alaska, and I went there during the summer, and I realized I wouldn't make it through the winter. And I still watch those Alaska shows, and I'm like, I could do it. I couldn't. It's awful what's going on the East Coast. I couldn't imagine. That's why I was kind of sad that Atheist Mo couldn't make it in because I believe he lives in like Michigan and it's winter wonderland up there right now, you know. To the West Coasters, like I'm a West Coast American. It's unfathomable the weather that they're going through right now. Because to someone like me, like you know, I haven't experienced anything that cold ever. And I've been in some pretty freezing situations, but nothing that consistent. I was in Chicago one time when the wind chill was like, minus 10, but people said that was normal. And I was like, oh, okay, I feel like I'm dying here. It's unreal. I do feel sorry for the people on the East Coast. Exactly. That's why I laugh when I started making all these coats. I'm like, man, it gets cold like 2 weeks out of the year here in California. Whoa, that's unreal. Hello. How's it going?
Oh,
Are you
hey,
muted?
how's it going,
Oh.
brother?
Let me
Oh, bad
figure
delay.
this
Hold
out.
on here.
There we go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Do you want to try to hop out and then hop back in? Is it that bad?
Yeah.
Oh, that's insane that 57 people have passed away. All right. No worries, I'll be here. No worries. Wouldn't be a show without technical difficulties. That's insane that many people have passed away. That's unreal. I couldn't imagine being in something minus 42. You know, I watch videos. I follow some of the strangest people on YouTube, as I'm sure as we all do. We find these weird little niches and stuff. But like I said, I had this weird dream of living in Alaska when I was a kid. Then I went there and I was like, nope, nope, nope. But I watched people who like take water and hawk it out and it instantly freezes. Or, I love watching those people who fry an egg in the middle of Phoenix during the summer. Yeah, frostbite is no joke. I feel like such a wuss because I walk around with isotoners on in my garage because it gets cold here to me. Wow. That's crazy. That's just crazy. I love watching videos like that. I think because I grew up in a city setting, I love nature. It's so funny in LA. Like there, there's two types of people. There's people who love nature, and then there's the kind of person who's like, I've never been to the beach. And you look at them and you're like, dude, we live like 30 miles from the beach. Like there's no excuse in LA. Like literally west is all coastline. That's insane. I couldn't like again. When I lived in Portland, Oregon, one of the reasons I moved back was because on the third winter, I'll never forget. I was waiting for I think it's the 12th Street bus, the Dulce. Was waiting for the bus. I am wearing long johns, full long johns, pants, snowboard pants, sweatshirt, snowboard jacket over that, full face covering with with a knitted cap on. I know I looked crazy, and I could feel the wind whipping through my clothes. So needless to say, it was I was like, I remember standing there and being like, I'm coming back to California. No, it's okay. There is no judgment here. I can't spell at all either. Do you know how many mistakes I've made online? I don't check when I type. I've typed straight gibberish and people are like, they send me messages like, are you okay? So no judgment here whatsoever. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Like I said, I can't spell with the good old LAUSD. No, I'm kidding. Oh, Skits, where'd you go? Was the delay that bad? Do you know what's funny? I have two signal boosters in here, and every once in a while, StreamYards will tell me the signal's weak. So I wouldn't be surprised. Technology, if anything, it goes bad on purpose. If in my phone, if you go to spell check and you put an autocorrect it will always come up as awful. Because that is like, I'll type in something crazy and they're like, is something wrong with you? And I'll just type in autocorrect is awful. I have an 1892 fur machine treadle made by Jacoby because like the bonus fur machine became like the bonus fur machine. That's awesome. Just to try. I was thinking, I was thinking about getting a shoemaking sewing machine. Are you there?
Yes. Any delay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, fantastic.
No delay whatsoever.
Fantastic.
So would that be crazy if I bought a boot making sewing machine? Well, the old style.
It's specifically made for making boots and boots only.
Yeah. Well, shoes. It's a
Oh.
cobbler machine.
Interesting.
That's
Do you do not have enough sewing machines? Like,
because I'm slightly an insomniac. It's one of those weird things. Have you ever like, it's like 3 a.m. and you're like, why am I watching a video about making cheese? Like, how did I get here? Like, how, like
what rabbit hole did I fall down here?
I've said this a million times. I'm subscribed to 2 koala bears, 4 pandas, 3 orcas, like 3 different anti-poacher cams. Oh, Railfan. I watch Railfan. I love trains.
That's weird. I just started like the algorithm hit me with somebody called like shoestring hobo or something
I
like that.
love people like
I
that,
just started
dude.
watching that. It was great. I've been obsessed with them. I've just been watching. Like, God, hobos still exist. They still hop on trains.
I was saying this last week. Liz was cautioning people not to do it because people do die in Portland. When I lived in Portland, people taught me how to hop trains.
That's nuts.
And I got ballsy one time, and Portland is literally on both sides of the Willamette River. And so there's a bunch of train tracks that go over the Willamette River. So keep in mind, I was in my 20s, I hopped a train and I didn't realize that I was over the river until I looked down and it was nothing but train tracks in the river.
Man.
That was like the one moment I like legitimate hobo hopped a train. Like legitimately good times. Good times.
Have your hobo wine and that's just me.
I like I said, no judgment here. I drank Boone's Farm like from the time I was 13 until I don't want to admit it.
Stella Rosa.
My pops used to drink that stuff. No, I because I went to a guy and I was like, how much to reupholster my boots? And he's like, oh, it's like $350. And
Jesus Christ.
You know what? I respectfully, I was like, okay, thanks. I walked out. Didn't even pay that much for my damn boots. No. So, in my head,
you could actually do it. Like, I don't know how hard it is.
I'm one of those people where I think any human being can do anything. Is like life is practice.
Fair.
Like I'm not saying I could be a jet fighter pilot tomorrow. I'm not saying like no, because there's been people that have called me out when I say that. But like life is mathematics. What is it? I'm getting this from Doctor Who. It's like 10,000 hours to a novice and then 1,000,000 hours to be a master. Like if you had endless lifetimes, imagine like I would start weaving. If I had like why not? It takes forever, but you got forever. Oh my gosh, that's from Star Trek too. I need to read a book. No, I am definitely one of those people who I quote Star Trek, Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica. I literally call my sewing machines my fleet because I watched too much of the reboot. Way too much of the reboot. I stopped putting in clips because I realized like not too many people watch the show. Is there anything that you're into that you're like, I'm really into this, but I know people like I'll give you a quick setup. There are certain circles I walk into where I know they do not care about my sewing machines. There are certain circles where I know no one in there is a sewist, But is there anything that you're like really into where you're like, I know no one's gonna care about my Pokemon cards or?
Well, I used to be real big into Magic, and I have a big stack of Magic cards. Now you talk about that over there.
It's funny you'd say that. Like, a long time ago, I bought the rights to a house, and I came up on thousands of comic books. And I met this really honest comic book guy who was like, look, you're going to get ripped off for everything. I'm going to give you $400 for this book because I'm going to wet your beak. Because I had this rare Spider-Man, the first Kitty Parade or something, didn't care. I sold it. I sold this guy a Hulk for $800. He was an honest man, but hanging out at the shop, I would watch people play Magic. It's not my thing, but I'll never dog anybody for it. Like, who am I? I collect Star Trek stuff. Who am I to judge? I'm checking serial numbers on toys when I see them at the swap meet,
Well, one thing, like I thought, okay, so I belong to a lot of, like veteran organizations, VFW and all that, and I thought no one there would give a flying rat's ass that I ever used to play D&D. But oh my god, you'd be surprised on how many vets like that's just what we
See,
did.
that's what
Like,
that's awesome. Do you know it's really funny to say that about collecting vintage sewing patterns? I passed on a box of Buttrick sewing patterns, and still to this day I want to kick myself because now that I'm like way more into sewing, this was a couple years ago, they were worth a lot of money, and it was like early sewing patterns. So I've learned that. This is something else I run into. This is actually a pet peeve of mine. There is an assumption that men do not make clothes for themselves. So, I know I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I might make a video whining and complaining to certain companies because they do not. Now that I think about it, I should make my own patterns and pitch it to them.
there you go.
I'm all about striking gold, old school American, Men's patterns are hard to find. I'm not gonna cry about it too hard. Yes. So this is something that like I'm always on the lookout for. I found a vintage bookstore in Hollywood, but tailoring books are impossible to find. Because if you think about it, it's a skill that not too many people want to teach the other guy.
So it's just a tailoring book is just teaching you how to tailor.
It gives ins and outs and patterns and shows you like, okay, if this is this, then you do this. It's a contingency,
Okay.
And if you don't have the experience, it's definitely something that you want in your ammo box,
Makes sense.
Like I collect sewing books. I have this really
What? No way. Oh.
I know, shocker.
Shocker.
Right? I love this book. It's the illustrated hassle-free sewing book, but it's from it's got to be from the 60s or even earlier, because hold on, let me find. I was reading when it came to the men's section. Okay, I'm just gonna read the opening paragraph and tell me what era this is from.
Oh no.
The relationship between men's and women's clothes is extremely close and constantly overlapping. We swap shirts, sweaters, trousers, bush jackets, belts, and our old men without even thinking it. And our belts with old men. No, you don't want to switch out old men. Is this a chick scarf? Oh, wow, I can wear this. Is this an old man scarf? It buttons the other way. Chick's scarf in a book.
Chick's scarf.
There was once a time which everyone's buttons were on the same side. They came with swords. They literally said it came with swords. This is 19. This book is total 1960s because hold on, let me show you where. Oh, dude, the Sorcerer's Top. Let me know what year this is from. Hold on. I love this book. It's got the Sorcerer's Top.
Oh, wow.
And these are men's shirts.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Gotta be 60s, you think? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ollie.
Oh my God.
I love this book. This and I believe his name was the Quilting Cowboy, but he quit YouTube, and here it is a year later. I understand why. After being on making content for a year, I miss the quilt. I miss that man so much. He had so much energy. But a year later, I can understand why he was like, I'm done. But look at Hendrix then book.
Right?
I love this book, and this is where I the first caftan I made I got from this book. I love this book. Would you ever wear like an African style shirt where it goes all the way down to your ankle, where it's one shirt?
That would be. I don't know if I could pull it off.
They make them in all sizes, Skits. I'm odd-bodied. I'm super odd-bodied. That's why I make my own clothes, you know?
Hey, I
Like
mean, I'm not above wearing like a oh god, what is like it's like the scarf kind of
kilt.
yeah, but a lot less cool sounding. Sure, we'll call it kill. But but they wear it like on the beach or things, something like that. Ah,
Oh, don't tell me a mankini.
no. It's like a kilt. I mean, but like for the beach, it's like a light material and um yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah,
People are not
it's
modest down here. Like the
no.
beach in Southern Cali, it's like Brazil. You see thongs like
I've been known to frequent a nude beach once or twice. So.
in good old when I lived in Portland, I made the mistake of going to Washington, okay? Washington State. First
Hi,
off,
Sydney. Oh, sorry.
hi Sydney. I went to um I went to Long Beach, Washington, great place. That's where I got so drunk that I walked up to a moose.
Just
Now,
walked up to a fucking moose.
animals, they can sense fear, they can feel power. That animal sensed my stupidity. I was hammered. Still to this day, every single person who was there, I was walking up to the moose. They were like half a block. They're like, get over here now. In orange print and some places. Oh, okay. And I think that's what I need to just go to the store and buy like a new age book. I'm always looking to score something. But in good old Washington, I learned a lesson. Don't walk up to animals. I don't think people realize how big a moose is. I'm 5'9", okay? I say it all the time. I wear cowboy boots. I call them my William Shatners to give myself the appearance of height. So people always think I'm 5'10", I'm 5'11". No, I'm I'm not playing. You think I'm playing? I wear
Oh my
cowboy
god.
boots. I'm not playing. I just took these off too. Like I I literally I walked underneath the thing. That's how big that's how big these things are, you know? And everyone who's ever I've told the story to, they're like, you're lucky that thing didn't stomp you. It
We'll
probably
fuck
was
you
like,
up.
oh, another stupid drunk tourist.
No, again.
Dumb college kids. I was right around that, you know, fearlessness and stupidity are wings on the same bird.
For real. For real. Sometimes the hero is just the one that's stupid enough to do it.
Exactly. You know, I said this last. It's the one who survived. The hero is the one who survived. Do you know how many propaganda stories get twisted around and the guy just got lucky?
Yeah.
He turned the corner at the right time and now he's on a poster. Isn't there a movie about that? There's
Probably.
a what's his name? What's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio plays like a fake war hero, World War II hero. I gotta look that up now. I can't remember. Um, Carol Ann, I believe it's Carol Ann. I live in flannel. I've been pulling out my flannel lately because we finally have some weather around here.
That time of the year.
Yeah. Liz is probably telling someone to shove off, or she has a hardcore job. She's a security guard without a firearm.
Oh.
That's a hardcore job, you know. I give respect to anybody who is like, ugh, I couldn't do it.
That's a good point. Like all the the cops get all like the credit and like, oh, you guys are heroes. Like they literally have shotguns, assault rifles, pistols, batons, pepper spray, tasers. You got a security guard who's got a cell phone, like, And
Yes. Yeah. That's front line. That is front line. You know,
for real.
she's always been. I have a soft spot for Portland because of all the places I've traveled. I didn't live there, but I lived in Portland, so I know what she's dealing with. I know the caliber of, and it's not even like it's any major city. If you're in a downtown, you're gonna get a certain element of people. And it doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Memphis. I've been in Memphis, Tennessee, and seen the same type that were in San Diego. You know, it doesn't.
That's the thing. Like people don't really like gangs are everywhere. Like, people like, oh, they think, oh, Southern California gangs, and you hear about it all the time, especially from one of our previous presidents. But gangs are fucking everywhere. Like you go to fucking Oklahoma City and they're fucking gangs.
Before I say go off on what you just said, that's awesome that your birthday is 6666.
No,
I remember asking my dad in the around Y2K. I was like, did people freak out in 1966? And he's like, people are dumb, son. People, of course, people freaked out. You know, like he also told me that his grandmother, she was a born slave and she lived to be almost 90 something years old. And my dad was born in 1939. And oh, I can't remember what I was gonna say, damn it. Because I have 4 stories in my head. No, like she was such American history. Like people gripe about getting stuck on the freeway, and like she was born in bondage, you know.
that's scary. It's like just a couple of generations ago.
Literally in my bloodline. Like, and because of my father, she's only that's my great grandmother. Not even great. That's just my great grandmother, you know, because my dad lived to be old too, you know.
Like people think this is fucking ancient history.
Ask anyone who's in the Navy. Slavery is thriving right now. Ask anyone who's served in the past 20 years. When they stopped certain ships, people are still getting shanghaied. You know, I used to do a show with someone in the Navy. She told me stories that I was like, stop, please stop. I want to live in my illusion, you know, like sheltered American here. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel this. You know, it's so funny. For years, I've been telling her, you want a gun? I'll mail it to you. Bro, legitimate with papers, everything. Like, you know, do you need mace? I'll get you the ball and chain. I'll get you like, you know, like
Mace, ball and chain.
Years I've been saying that to her.
Oh man.
Here, like where you live, are your security guards strapped?
Some are, some aren't. There are
Mhm.
private security that you can just walk around with, like, but typically they at least have pepper spray. But yeah, there are private securities that you can pay extra for that have gone through the training that have a PC 832 qualification.
No, no, I don't believe Liz is retired military. We're around the same age. I don't believe. You know, it's really funny. People of my generation, every other person has served. So it's either you served or you had a medical reason or you're a draft dodger, you know. Not well,
You're not that old.
no. I'm saying like my dad dragged me down the recruiting office. I wasn't getting out
Wow.
of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I came from a military family. And because I got a real medical exemption, I say this all the time. I'm my a couple cousins of mine, we're the only people to not serve in the military since the Revolutionary War in our family. In
Lieutenant
one
Dan.
capacity. Exactly. Total Lieutenant Dan. And it's more because of my last name, but like, yeah, total Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, Sewing is a very rare last name.
My real last name is oddly Swiss, and every other black person in South Carolina and Georgia has it. Well, it's kind of been faded out, and Chicago, you know. But I don't believe that Liz was in the military. But you know what? You never know. Portland was one of those weird places where you'd meet someone and they're like blue hair, totally tatted up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I served. Oh yeah, I served." Literally every other person. "Oh yeah, I served."
You know what I gave my my kiddo's mom for Christmas? A taser. Like I got her a taser pulse, like an actual like shooty prong out style taser because she's been having some experience. She works for a nonprofit that deals with feeding and homeless, and sometimes she has some problems with drug addicts. And I was always just so uncomfortable with her not having anything, and didn't want to necessarily have and she didn't necessarily want to carry a gun. Even though I've taken her shooting on several occasions, but like I gave her, like pepper spray before, like Damsels in Distress, which is a great organization, by the way. Um, but I just was not uncomfortable, and so I took her out and I trained her on how to use it, but very basic. I let her fire off a cartridge and like this is how it shoots, and
Oh yeah.
I didn't make her get tased. Like like this is how it feels. Ah! But
I
no, yeah.
actually I actually have a taser. I lost a charger to it. You know, my father served on the Bennington. When you said Seabees,
Oh,
it kind of
CBs.
brought the it's a like back in the day before Swiftwater Rescue, before any of that, there was the CBs.
CBs are hardcore.
Some nom style stuff. That's crazy.
I know a couple of CVs, and they're hard, and exactly Vietnam CVs,
My
and
pops
yeah,
was Gator Navy.
mine was
Back
a aircraft carrier Navy in Vietnam. Not nearly as hardcore as like
Vietnam.
Brownwater and shit.
Like anytime anyone would ask my dad, "What'd you do in Vietnam?" I'd be like, "Oh no,
Oh
here
no!
we go, here we go."
Sit
He'd always
down.
be like, "Well, being in the Navy, you'd think that they would literally." He was the Oh gosh, I'm totally bonking right now. He was the technician. He was a radio guy.
I was radio.
And so because he was an electrician, they'd get one Navy guy and a squad of Marines, and they'd say, "Okay, you drive this boat to this river, and then you guys have to walk to this other river. Clear out everything you can from here to here." And that's what he did from
And being a radio guy,
1957.
you got the big antenna whipping around back and forth saying, "Here I am, shoot me, shoot me."
First, dude, he was first in line too, and he had a giant bayonet scar across his chest. Like, he was hardcore. And the funny thing is, if you'd ask him, he'd be like, "Well, I'm still here."
Yeah,
Those Nom guys were no joke, dude. Like, those Nom guys were like, yeah, exactly. Same thing. Same thing. I actually I actually got in trouble as an adult because of that. I was on a work crew, and this security guard was trying to be a hero when he pulled a gun out. He pulled a 1911 out. He was shaking when he pulled it on me. I grabbed it, took it out of his hand, and it obviously was ready to just be dismantled, but I completely took the hammer off and took it apart in front of him and did a magic trick and just dropped the
ta-da!
gun on the ground. But it's a 1911. Like, I grew up around like, that's one design, like, I grew up around, literally would play with a broken one as a kid. So yeah,
It's
I caught
funny,
a
like
charge that day.
my dad being a Vietnam vet, like I did never touch firearms. In fact, he wouldn't even let me have toy guns because he thought, he grew up under like
Wow.
if you're old enough to play with a baby gun, you're old enough to play with a real gun, but you're still not old to play with a real gun. And he always just, not necessarily discouraged guns, but a very healthy, scary,
Yay.
respect for them. And I don't think I actually ever I mean, I held firearms, but I actually fired a weapon until my time in the military. And fortunately, and what's crazy is when I first tried to qualify, I was a terrible shot. Could not hit the broadside of a barn. I couldn't understand why. And then I moved my sight over and found out I was left eye dominant. And I was,
Oh,
pop, 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 I qualified expert immediately.
I
And
love
they're like,
that.
that's why. Like your right hand, yeah, I bayonet right-handed. I right. Weird. I start with bayonet. But everything right-handed. But I even fire handguns right-handed, but rifles and shotguns left-handed. It's just
Oh,
weird.
that's so funny. I grew up like my dad was very much like you're gonna know what this is and how it works, but he had gun locks on everything. So
Smart.
it wasn't like I was gonna show it off to my cousin or something and like, hey, look at this,
Check this out.
like he put the fear, and that's another thing. I came from an era where people beat their children. So he told me UTUD, you touch this, you die, and I didn't because I believed the man.
One of the swags I hand out at my veteran events are gun locks. And I get them for free just because this is what I do. And I'm like, take as many as you have guns, man.
I was about to say I have more gun locks than firearms. I have the old pin ones. I have the new ones that lock on both sides. Like I have the wire ones that go all through your 9.
I have the cable locks.
Yeah. All kind. But in Cali, it's crazy. Like if the cops walk in your house and they're not locked up, that's a charge.
Especially if the kids around.
That's you're that's crazy. My dad was big about gun safety. He grew up in rural Georgia, in Savannah, Georgia. And so he was like total John Wayne type, So he was like, my kids will learn how to shoot, Yeah, Liz, they were about to send a search party out for you.
I hear you were a ranger and special forces.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the hopping trains is not for the faint of heart. I keep on telling my heroic story about how I rode over the Willamette, but what I'm not telling you is that it took me 3 or 4 months to get there because there was one time I was stuck on one side of town and I was just standing there patiently waiting for the train to leave. People are like, "What's wrong with you?" And they're just walking over the train. And I stood there like, I'm from California. Sorry, I'm a geek. I'm not from here. Sorry, not from
Don't
here.
mind me. Here's a joint.
Oh, people in Portland smoke like there's no tomorrow. It's the West Coast.
It's what we do.
Yeah, and they have some really hardcore stuff. Washington too. Tacoma, Washington is the only place I've ever been where it's integrated. Do you know what I'm saying? Where everyone lives around everyone, no matter what race you are. Like down here, we have Little Ethiopia, Little Russia, Koreatown.
What you're saying?
You know what I'm saying? Like people self-segregate. Americans do. We self-segregate.
We do.
Like I live in a place where, like people would be like, do Mexican people live around here? You go over the hill, no one's speaking English. You know what I'm saying? Like it just
we got a Russian part of Sacramento. It was like you walk down there and you're like, holy shit. Like you got Russian Orthodox churches, like people are just like it's nuts.
Portland was like that. I was so shocked at how many Russian people lived in Portland, Oregon but again, I was so like California sheltered, But Tacoma, Washington was one of the only places I've ever been that everyone lived around each other. It was the strange I grew up in the burbs. So it wasn't like, being around certain people are weird. Like, no. I grew up in an integrated thing too, but LA is segregated. Like there are like you go on this side of town, where people live over here and people live over here and they don't cross over the railroad tracks,
It's I up where I came from, it was a very white area, and unfortunately my father was, not a racist, and I didn't hang out with racist people, so it wasn't really an issue. I'm sure it was with other people, but like there were like 1 or 2, black people, and that's about it. But they were treated with, as far as at least as far as I saw, and then my family, it was treated with the utmost respect, and he was just another part of the community. But that's not to say that white trash hick town was a racist and they treated him like garbage. But I didn't realize that until later on in life, when I realized what was going down. But after that, like I went, into the military, and that's like I was like, holy crap, there are so many different types of people from so many different areas in life, And it didn't scare me, it didn't offend me, it excited me because I got to experience and understand people outside of, "Hey, you're another white guy, huh? Cool."
I'm all about that. I know all about me. I want to hear about what's going on with other people,
I wanna eat their food.
I was saying that earlier. That's one thing I miss about being in the city of LA is I got addicted to Armenian food. I didn't know I like Filipino food. I didn't know, like, there's all kinds of stuff I got into her. I'm like, I don't even want to know what's in it. Just keep feeding it to me. And if you're into any type of Mexican food, LA is the Mecca. We have from our street tacos are famous here.
I just had some Mexican tonight. I mean, I'm sure it's not nearly as good as Southern California Mexican, but it wasn't terrible.
So I ordered tamales every year for Christmas, and they messed up my order. And I made them as I'm a Karen. I am a real life Karen. I am not scared to say I'm a Karen. I have stalkers now because I have a Karen video out. I'm a real life Karen. I'm okay with it. So my mom, I sent there's this place called Vallarta. Do you have a Vallarta where you live?
I don't think so.
It's a Hispanic chain store, but of course it's probably exclusively LA.
Vallarta?
Vallerta, I believe. Vallerta. But Vallarta, they have some of the most decadent food in your life, and it's a grocery store. But first, you walk in there and they're rocking. So you're doing the two-step already because they're just blasting the music, and you're like, "All right, I'm rocking out because I'm in Vallarta. I got the merengue going. I'm feeling it already." Then you walk over and they have a pan dulce cabinet, which is fresh bread with sugar on it. And they're handing out samples. So you're like, all right, I'm kind of full as you're walking. And then you walk and you start seeing all the pork and all the they make fresh churros. They make real street tacos. So it's a grocery store, but they also have a deli. And that's not to mention their meat counter. Are you a fan of beef ribs at all? Are you a meat eater? Some people aren't.
I am. I have beef ribs. I actually grew up on beef ribs rather than pork ribs.
I did as well. And so, my mom still makes fun of me when we were younger. They went around the dinner table. They said, if you're on death row, what would you eat? I said, I want a beef rib cake.
Beef rib cake.
Well, I love cake. I still do to this day. So just put the beef ribs on top of it. Born stoner. Even before I smoked. I should make my own patterns. Liz, I should. But okay, so you're rocking out, you're eating your pan dulce, you've already walked past the deli. The place smells amazing. Vallarta smells amazing because they're cooking all this food in this grocery store. They give you the only way I can describe them, I call them Dino ribs, like the Flintstones.
Oh man.
Because they're real beef ribs. It's so sad. Like at my local grocery store, I look at the beef ribs and I'm like, I am not paying that much money for this pitiful, this is some tortured cow. That's mean. This cow was not even allowed to grow up all the way. Like, that's just raw.
Like, mean.
Stop it. Some emaciated cow. Like, it's wrong. Because, as Americans, we eat hormone-fed food. So our pigs are huge. Our cows are overweight. Look at a British cow that's free range, and look at an American cow. They're two different species.
For real.
Well, we overfeed our chickens are walking around with 4 breasts. Like, we're crazy, But at Vallarta, it's foodie heaven. And the one thing about Vallarta, it's affordable because if you think about it, a lot of this stuff, taco, all that stuff, that was poor people food. Churros, it's fried bread with sugar on it. Literally. God, I'm craving churros.
Man. The third time you mentioned them.
Well, we had them at the Christmas party at my job, and it was catered by a Mexican restaurant. And I walked in with Isaiah, and I said, look, okay, Here's when you go to a buffet, eat food first before you go crazy on the desserts. So you don't spoil the tacos, you know? Like the desserts will still be there, bro. And I broke my own rule. I had a churro first. He turned his back. I was like, oh my God, this is so good. It's so fresh. Oh my God.
Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, that's funny. Our VFW Christmas party was Feliz Navidad style, and yeah, it was delicious.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Rack of lamb reminds me of my
so good.
grandmother. My grandmother would cook it every year on Christmas. So that smell reminds me of my grandmother's house.
Absolutely.
It reminds me of Christmas too. And she would make, my grandmother would make Osterbraten. It's a German like roast. It takes a ton of ingredients, but it's the greatest thing you've ever had in your life. I love it. And she was Mexican making German food. But fun fact, she grew up in a time where the Germans were trying to infiltrate Mexico. So my grandfather spoke German, which actually helped him in World War II. They said, "You speak what? Come here."
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. He was there. My grandfather was there in D-Day. And he helped process people because he spoke German.
Comes in handy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But they were trying to infiltrate Mexico from World War I on. They were trying to basically encourage Pancho Villa to fight America,
That's funny. Yeah, we had in our unit, like just out of nowhere, like he was just one of the infantry guys. And just out of nowhere, like halfway through our tour, he just, yeah, by the way, I speak Arabic. Excuse us? Like,
sir, you should have said that from the jump. I'd be mad. Like, remember last Tuesday? Remember that whole situation could have been avoided if someone had just been able to ask for directions. I have a good memory, and so I'm like someone's ex-girlfriend. I'll get mad at you for some shit that happened a month ago. I'm like, oh yeah, my keys weren't where you said they were, liar.
Gaslighting.
Oh man, I'm serious. Like, people are brave with a weapon. Imagine being a security guard without a weapon. There's always that tale of the 4-foot cop who is fearless because he knows he has a radio and a firearm. I ran into a few. No,
so how was your Christmas?
Oh, it was good. It was really good. You know what? My ex-wife and I get along, so we've been divorced for 11 years. So now, like, where we hang out, I go over to her mom's house. It's all love. And it's like one of the most adult things about me is that my ex-wife and I get along. And you have to when you have a special needs kid. You have to have communication, or your kid's just gonna fall to the wayside.
Makes sense.
Very
important.
And I always jokingly say, like, I didn't know what hatred was until I got married. Like, someone always say, oh, no, bro, you don't know what hatred is until you get married and then divorced. And
that is pure hatred.
For real. Like, I never thought, because hatred is the pathological descent, because you sit around and think about it. I never thought I would hate someone, and then I got divorced, and I'm like, I really don't like you. I really don't. But I'm not kidding you. Here it is, 11 years later, and like, she comes over and kicks it. Her husband and I are friends. Like, I love that man. He's good to my kid. I know his entire family. We're from the same town. It's cheating because I know his entire family, and like, he's a good person. I don't have anything bad to say about him. He's one of us. And like, that's important. She
It
didn't
is.
marry some wannabe.
Nice.
You know what
Nice.
so we all get along. She had a kid. He always he tells his mom, he's like, I love Isaiah's dad. She's like, you what? Every time he comes over, I give him one of Isaiah's old toys. And she told me, she's like, you need to stop doing that right now. And I keep on threatening, because Isaiah had two parents that were like, we were rivals. So he got two, two of everything. So I'm like, here, man, here, kid, here, you're three. Here you go. And he in the car, he's like, I love Mr. Sewing. my French was crashed. Oh, whenever he sees me, he's like, hi. I would too. And plus, my house is fun. Like, I have a Nintendo 64, a Sega. I have Duck Dynasty has a video game. Did you know that?
I did not.
It's shooting beavers, of course, because they're good Christians, and it's shooting shooting ducks and frogs. But I have a family member, and if you're watching, I love you. On Facebook, somebody who's from the East Coast version of my family, they live in Georgia, and they live stream themselves hunting in the forest for dinner sometimes. And I mean, like, this is 2020, 2022, about to go on 2023. and keep in mind, he's an avid fisher, so most of it is him on the coast, like pulling in some hardcore stuff from the ocean. Like, I would too if I lived, but it's not rare to go looking for a marmot or something.
Yeah. I'm not that hungry.
All the people from the north and from the west are like, ew, and all the people from the south are like, what seasoning you putting on that? It's funny to watch. It's funny because it's they always say, like, in my family, they always say the West Coast sewings are so bougie. They're so bougie. The truth is, we're just not country. That's really, we're like the branch in my family, they're Californian. So we talk like, we act like, we reflect where we're from, as all human beings do, But so to a West Coast American watching somebody hunt in the forest like that, you get that moment of, eh. But in Georgia, that's what they do, He's literally walking around with a Ruger hunting for lunch.
Deer hunting like once, and it was just a lot of walking and no shooting. Like,
I was traumatized as a kid, and so I'm not anti-hunting, but man, you be a good shot. Be if you're gonna shoot, put it out of its misery too.
yeah.
Don't stand around. I was traumatized, and I'm around a bunch of vets and bikers, and they're like, "Oh man, I can't wait to do," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Will somebody off this thing? I'm 7. This is affecting me."
Oh my god.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. See, I'm not anti-hunting whatsoever, like my son, we take, again, getting along with my ex-wife, we take my son to the shooting range all the time. My ex-wife's husband, to the point where they thought Isaiah was his son. And I walked up and they're like, we're going to need some explanation. But Isaiah's we teach him safety,
It's important.
You have to. He's growing up around people that are on a ranch. What if a cougar? Man, I want him to know how to shoot. I'm not kidding you. I was weed whacking 8 or 9 years ago after a fire. The buckwheat. Gosh, it was more than 8 or 9 years ago because the fire was in 07. Yikes, that was a long time ago.
Oh my god.
So I'm weed whacking where I'm literally clearing dead brush. Okay. I see my dad pull up with a 30-06, and I'm like, wow, I didn't steal his credit card. I'm too old to have crashed his car. There was a cougar stalking me. It was injured, and that thing, I'm 220, and that thing outweighed me. Yeah, when they finally tagged and bagged that thing, it was injured and stuff, but it was gonna attack me. It was gonna attack me, you know?
That's a big cat.
And I had I, um, I have this thing where I love noise canceling headphones.
Oh.
So, I have range headphones, I have chainsaw headphones, like, I should do a video about my headphone collection one day. So, I had headphones on and things plugged in inside of it, like, it was bad. It was
You
bad.
didn't stand a chance.
No, not at all. But, nature's funny that way. But in California, like, you can't just like, in Southern California, you can't just shoot a cougar. You have to have, like, real reason on your property. Because the second, my dad did shoot it, the Rangers came. Because it's, it's chipped.
Oh, it had it chipped.
Oh, here in California, we name them. They chip them and name them because everyone has cameras now. There was one on the news recently where they had to put it down because it was eating all the pets in the backyard, Good. Those are the not so fun cougars of Los Angeles.
I'm always plastic surgery and go after the teenagers. Cougars. Oh.
Are you anti plastic surgery?
No, not at all.
I knew someone that got in a car accident and needed reconstructive surgery on their nose. Like, I'm not anti plastic surgery, As human beings, we abuse everything. These things are there for a reason, Like, there are certain procedures that I feel that people abuse, but they're there for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And I'm more or less talking about eye lifts and neck tucks. I need to know how old you are. And the only way I can tell is by the rings in your neck.
Count the rings.
Yeah, like we're like trees. Human beings are like trees. I need to know these things. I need to know. Are you kidding me? I live in the land of plastic surgery. It is not rare to go to the store and see someone with their face completely puffed out like a Muppet. Like a real life Muppet. I had a really good friend who she died at 54. She just literally, they found her in her apartment, but she was addicted to Botox. She'd show up to my house and she was this gorgeous Hispanic woman, and she'd show up and her lips would be out to here. She'd be like, "Don't say anything." And her face would be like, fuck her, like, oh, I miss her. Dora was such a good person. But plastic surgery is addicting. Botox, like, there's people, I know someone, I don't want to say where they're from, but they're from a country, an Icelandic country, and they did not need plastic surgery, and they got plastic surgery.
Yeah, some of them are just downright dangerous.
I'm anti-plastic surgery if it's for vain. I worked for all my wrinkles and shags and valleys and not taking that away from me. Damn right. Damn right. That's like my scars. Like, I earned every single one of them, I go back and forth. I know someone that's my age that got plastic surgery. They got their crow's feet taken away, which is not a rare thing where I live at all. Where you can literally, where I live, you can go in on your lunch break and get Botox and like real plastic surgery, your crow's feet taken back within a half an hour.
Nah.
Yeah, they talk about how you can buy an AR-15 in a half an hour in Arkansas. Well, in California, you can get a facelift in a half an hour for the same price.
For real, right?
No, serious. For the exact same price. It's one of those things where I'm not like, here's my thing. I try not to judge other people too harshly. if I see some guy hitting himself on the street, I'm gonna walk on the opposite side. I'm not saying I'm completely accepting, but like I'm just saying, like, I try not to judge people too harshly because we all, there's Gangstar, Guru from Gangstar. There's a famous line of "We never know the troubles people don't speak of." So I try not to give people a hard time because we're all one bad day. Have you ever seen the movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas?
Maybe that
He's
sounds something from a while ago.
walking through Los Angeles going crazy. And the sad thing is the movie's so relevant because he's like, why can't blah blah blah? And this was before consumerism completely took us over. This was before we were like, this was right in the cusp of consumerism. I agree. I know how to shoot, but I don't prefer it. I grew up in the same era. We get our butt. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's funny. I always jokingly say that I'm from the last generation to get their asses kicked by their parents. And really, we should all come together in trauma. I'm not saying that like, oh, it's a badge of honor. Like, oh no, no, it's all PTSD really at this point. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've had this conversation like a month ago when I first started my live streams. I'm anti hitting kids. I don't see, but I have a special needs kid, so there's no point.
Yeah, that's an especially no.
So
like,
he's not going to learn either way. And honestly, as a kid, it just makes you lie to your parents. Like, okay, I have hard.
It instills into the kid that violence is always an alternative to talking it out. Like it gives them the option. Like,
and it doesn't help.
If I can't use that with my words, I can use my hands.
And and because I was raised so old school, I do clash with this new age world because that is one of the biggest problems. Because I call it the New York effect. In New York, they'll call you an SOB, talk about your mom, and then drive off. You try that anywhere else in America. Name a city where you could do that to somebody and not get in a hillbilly chase.
They will chase your ass.
Yeah, exactly. That is a great movie where he's just trying to get his job and they took it from him and they just wanted a job and a family in corporate America and they took it him. Sad. I bet this is happening today. Exactly. So in Falling Down, it's so relevant to today's time because everybody's broke now. It's not like it's happening, oh, your company or this or that. Like everything is being consolidated, So in this movie, he's like lost his life. And just people are asking him stupid questions, and it just shows how much we thrive on irrelevance. There's people like recently I had a problem online and in my head I'm like, this is artificial strife. I walked into this fight. If I hadn't gone into this particular stream, none of this wouldn't have happened, I walked into this, like, I don't know. It's one of those weird things. Falling Down is a good movie. If you're still watching the stream, I can't believe Skits hasn't seen it. We're going to get a list going for Skits. If you lived closer, I would give you the DVD. That's how much I love the movie. And I have the old school DVD where it's on both sides.
Oh, wow.
Where it's widescreen and then the other one's cinematic, or whatever.
Nice.
It was an early 90s movie. You could tell by the clothes. Los Angeles is really clean. He walks around the entire city. He walks around the entire city of Los Angeles. Yeah, Carol Ann, sometimes. What's so sad? Because I grew up in this old school world, I feel like that sometimes. Because I grew up in that tactile world where it was kill or be killed. Like, someone will say something crazy, and I'm like, those used to be fighting words. Those used to be fighting words,
Yeah. Well, that's funny. There used to be, oh God, what was it? Like the laws, I forget exactly where it was, but like you could get away with, like, there's certain types of assault, right? There's assault, and then there's mutual combat,
Mm-hmm.
but and then there was if you say something so utterly insulting that it is in no doubt going to cause violence upon you, then that person striking you is legally okay to hit you because of it. And like, and it was like the Fighting Words Act or something like that. And it's like, okay.
When I lived in Portland, it was illegal to get in a fist fight. Mississippi has the same law. It's called Measure 11, where if you touch someone, you can get up to 5 years in
Jesus
prison.
Christ.
It was to it. Mississippi's explanation was they had so many fistfights they had to do something. So basically, Measure 11 laws are all across the country too. I got into it one day because somebody was like, "Those aren't real," and I looked it up and I'm like, "Oh, it's not only Oregon." It's all around America where basically people got tired of people beating the heck out of each other. So they're like, all right, you can get into a fist fight, but we're going to give you this insane amount of prison time.
So both combatants.
Both.
Oh my God.
But let me tell you, I live there. That does not stop people from beating the crud out of each other. Human beings are violent. Remember the gas rationing of the 70s and the blue chip stamps gas lines were for miles and hours. Ads on one day and even the other. That'll make you go insane. That's why oh
I don't
when
remember it because I wasn't born yet.
when my do you know preppers are weird? I never realized that my dad was one until he passed away, and I'm like, why does he have a life straw? What does he have? Like, I'm like, what the heck? This guy was a boy. No wonder he was a Boy Scout leader because he was prepared. But there are certain things like gas is one of those evils where you would probably have to, like, I have a big truck. I'll come through and hit everybody. I have a 1988 Ford F-150. I could play well, oh gosh, bumper cars. I got in an accident with a some kid, poor kid. His name was
Poor
Ronald.
kid.
His name was Ronald. He had a fake ID. He ended up getting busted when he crashed into my car.
Oh
Um,
no.
well, he didn't have insurance, and like it was a big long story. But this kid was driving in an Eclipse, and he hit my truck twice, and I pulled the dent out, and it demolished his Eclipse. He sideswiped me, but then he pulled away, but the back of his car hit my truck as well. And it literally ripped off both panels on the side. Because it's steel versus plastic. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
Like you're not gonna survive if you hit my truck. You're not. Everything about it is metal, you know.
Yeah, the first accident I was ever in, I was in a little Mazda 626, and
Oh,
I rear-ended this big old Ford F-250, and I all I can see is my hood, right? It's all crumpled in and everything like that, and I get out, we exchange our pleasantries. Are you okay? You okay? I'm looking at my car. I'm like, man, my car's fucked. I look at her, her car, like she's looking at it, it's like, oh, there's a little oh wait, that's a piece of yours. No, I'm good. Not a fucking scratch. Totaled my car, not a scratch.
those things are those old school trucks are no joke. Oh man. Oh, I cleaned out my old man pipe and put a filter in so it's hitting beautifully.
Nice, nice.
Well, I figured if I have a collections of these because I smoked Captain Black tobacco forever. I smoked cigarettes for a long time, and then my dad came to me one day and he's like, "Bro, let me put you up on some game." I get my tobacco from Louisiana, blah blah blah, and like I started smoking Captain Black. And of course, like all tobacco products, I got hooked. So I have this unreal collection of pipes. But when I quit smoking nicotine, people really don't smoke pot out of old man pipes, but I do.
Typically.
Well, because I'm known for it, I can walk in public and people are like, "Oh, William, you liar! You never quit smoking." Not knowing I'm smoking pot out of here.
Being loaded. Like, ah.
Oh, my
Man.
computer is so slow because I can see the chat over here. What I see as far as the economy, I feel as if the thread is going to break soon from food, cost of living, utilities, and the general cost of everything going up. I feel the thread is going to break soon. I agree. 100%. I honestly I don't know how people can afford to go to the grocery store. I don't know, like I'm just a lucky person. I don't know how people can afford most things nowadays. I always joke about how my mozzarella sticks went from $12 to 23, but that's real.
Oh yeah. I do a food pantry every Sunday for vets, and we've gone from in the last year, we've gone from having just a dozen or so clients to over 50 families every single week.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just so like if somebody it's so weird now, like it's not rare for people, like people look down upon smash and grabs, okay? I do. You're an idiot. Go get a life. But like if I saw someone stealing food, I don't think I'd say anything.
No, I don't
I
give a fuck.
wouldn't say a damn word. And you know what's funny? When I go to the grocery store, I see less and less people now. Even on quote unquote busy days,
Well, what's kind of funny is because more and more people can't afford the food at these stores, like the stores are now then forced to either throw it away or donate it to organizations like me, who then give it away for free to the clients that normally would have had to pay for it.
Good. I say tear it all down because it's not working,
No, something's wrong.
Something like we we live in a land of abundance and people are starving. We live in a place where China is literally scared of our military, but we can't afford to feed our own people.
That's true, and it's ridiculous because they'll in so many places they'd rather let the food rot, go to waste, throw it away than give it away.
Los Angeles, I was kind of there at the ground floor where that became illegal here. So now, like, you have to donate your food. You cannot. Starbucks, it is so funny. Well, you'll like I go to a lot of like the Midnight Mission, certain organizations I work with. When you get to these bins, it's all like Starbucks and Ralph's and Safeway, because this is all the stuff they used to throw away.
Yep.
Still good the
Rayleigh's and
next
Trader
day.
Joe's are big for us.
Trader Joe's too. Do you know? I am one of those people. Before I had to cook all the time, I was hooked on Trader Joe's food.
Oh, for real?
Now, Isaiah's lived with me for 11 years, so I cook Monday through Friday. But like back in the day, I was hooked on Trader Joe's. And they had this chocolate stout back when I used to drink. I loved Trader Joe's.
Man, I really love their chicken curry, chicken curry salads, and
Oh yeah.
oh man.
Yeah. I see now I know we're all hungry. This is the
Yeah, for
hungry
real, right?
stream.
We're gonna turn into a godless sewing mukbang here and start eating.
Do you know what's really funny? Apple was constantly trying to get me to use my phone as a can you still hear me?
Yeah.
As a camera. And like the other day I put it on. Oh no, that 4K is too honest. You can see every wrinkle, every blotch on my skin, every like I cracked my face open and I forget that I have a scar right here. I put that camera, I was like, oh, I have a scar. Like I completely forgot, and because of my color, you would never know unless I told you,
Yeah, no, I
you would
don't see
never
anything.
know.
Nothing. Nothing.
But those man, this camera is honest. I bet if I hooked it up, I could get in the car. I live near a place, we call it Hamburger Hill, and it's not Vietnam. It's
Oh
just
my.
it's every fast food on earth is by my house. We are growing on long, meat, green diesel fuels. Online, we have the things to make a grow supply. Oh yeah, I'm all about. I grow my own food. Not a ton, but like, and weirdly, on that note, last year when I would waste my Wednesdays, I would always talk about how I was growing pineapple. Did you know pineapple's a bush?
Yeah, yeah, they're like only
They
going slow.
they're huge. Pineapples are huge. Okay, so I learned. So real life hack. God is always going to give you a real life hack right now. If you if you chop the top of a pineapple off and you bury it, it'll grow another pineapple. I thought it was just that stupid stuff they put on Facebook with that cringy music behind it, like, oh, life hack. I am growing 3 huge pineapple trees right now. I feel like I'm in the Caribbean in my backyard. Like it's hilarious.
I remember the first time, like, seeing a pineapple orchard, if you will, and, like, I'm like so many other, typical mainlander Americans, and, like, that's how they grow?
Yeah, I was like, what the hell is that?
What's going on?
I googled it, and I was like, oh no, why did I plant that? Because it takes a while, and it's huge. Oh yeah, besides pot, like I all kinds of stuff. We grew corn, chili peppers, potatoes. I so a year or two ago, I threw a bunch of potatoes down, and I was like, oh, they're perennial. They came back with friends. And I
That
mean, like, ha ha ha. I made mashed potatoes with stuff I grew in my backyard, and they were edible because they were real potatoes.
one of my memories, my dad always had a green thumb when I was growing up, and he grew potatoes one year, and he threw down a bunch of, starter potatoes or whatever it was, and like that year he got like, oh man, I only got like 2 potatoes or whatever. And like he was tilling up the ground like, a year and a half, 2 years later, he was tilling it up and it's like, is that a potato? And he comes back to the house
Potatoes.
just with
Yep.
like 10 pounds of fucking
Yep.
potatoes. Like
Potatoes are no joke. I felt the same way. I literally have the Green Acres theme song running through my head right now. I felt like a farmer. I was like, I learned something new this year. And everything that Carolyn is describing right now is what I go through. Everything.
oh no doubt.
Everything. That's the problem with growing food is the cost of water. Because you have to water it every day. You have to go out there and talk to it, make sure it's still growing, make sure the animals didn't eat it the night before. There's a whole list of it. Leave it to the guys. I know. Do you know last week after my live stream, I went and got like 4 potatoes in a bowl and made this giant baked potato. I mean, just giant. I mean, cheese. Oh, I shouldn't even talk about it because I'm out of potatoes. Yesterday, I thought I was pulling out. I thought I was pulling out steak, and I pulled a roast out. And you know what? I'm glad I did because today I made a roast, and it was amazing.
Nice.
And it was just simple, slow cooked. Nothing too fancy, nothing too difficult. For anyone like I cook. And over the past 11 years, I've taught myself how to cook, and I've had to. Having a kid, like you can't eat McDonald's every day, Like, get yourself a slow cooker. Get yourself a slow cooker.
Slow cookers are great. I got somebody trying to convince me to get one of those air fryers.
Potatoes are like right now. I guarantee you, I have like 20 pounds growing on my under my rose bush Potatoes are amazing. My friend kept his potatoes in a cold cellar under his kitchen floor. He could put them in a full basement, and the stuff they were digging out was full of potatoes. 10 to 15-pound sacks worth. Potatoes are no joke. Carrots, I grew carrots, but the freaking raccoons and possums loved those things.
Oh yeah.
Fun fact, I grow chili peppers. Okay. Do you know chili peppers have no natural predators? The raccoon animals are not dumb. Nothing will touch my chili peppers. Nothing. Because animals are smart and they know they'll scream. And it's like a Asian chili. I put them in my salsa. I literally cut corners off. I eat them and my body starts throbbing. Just with like little corners cut off. It's so hot, you know? Are you a spice guy?
Mm-mm. I'm a wuss. I'm a complete wuss when it comes to spice. Like, yeah, I was just talking to a friend today on how I used to love this one little market that had make great breakfast burritos, chorizo and eggs, and they would make fun of me. They'd be like, "No spice, no spice, no hot sauce."
There's this one Thai food restaurant I go to, and one squirrel I had would eat the top of a habaneros, but only that. Yeah, exactly. They always tell me that I'm the one of the only people, because they'll say, what do you want? 1 through 10. And I'll tell them, give me a 6 or a 7. And they always tell me I'm the only person who orders I'm sorry, spicy curry. Everybody else is like, give me a 3. Give me a 0,
Oh yeah, when the Thai place I go to, like I remember the first time I went there, they're like 0 through 5 stars. I'm like, you know what? Give me 2 stars. Like I can handle just a very little. Oh my god, that was the spiciest 2 stars I've ever experienced in my life.
I
I'm
went to
like,
places. Oh, sorry.
that was like 0 stars from here on out.
I went to a place in Arizona like that. They had hot wings, and I didn't understand that 7 would literally make my lips numb. Depending on the region, it's possible to dig free underground water. So, fun fact, somebody stole our water doing that. We're at the ranch. At my job, somebody literally cut an entire canyon off Evil Man style. It's like a plot to a bad movie. And because it's on the county line, like we have to go through 2 different counties, and he's just basically allowed to steal everyone's water. Because he's at the top of the dam. So he can just basically cut everybody off because he bought the property, and we're all in the middle of it,
California has some very interesting mineral water rights.
It's insane. And I'm not allowed, there's like in this creek, there's no water in the creek, but I'm not allowed to do anything in it because of a frog and some slug. That's an endangered species. They gave me the paperwork, but I throw it on my desk, and literally I'm like, this is so insulting. There's no water there. There's no life in the creek. How can you people and I'm one of those people. This is okay. I wanted to talk about this, and now that you're nice and slathered, we can talk about this. This is why I do not debate. This is why I don't do the debate me bro crowd, because circular arguments drive me mentally insane. You're awesome. Have a great night. It's good seeing you. As always, I'll be here next week. Unless I do some Evil Knievel stuff. But when people do the and the show me your evidence, it drives me mentally insane. Like, at some point in a conversation, there has to be a consensus where if you don't understand what I'm saying, we can go back and talk about it, but I'm not going to define every word. I'm not going to well, Thomas Aquinas said it in this way and blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't care what somebody somebody who smelled bad said. I don't care.
It's just amazing, like when people are like, oh, why won't Neil deGrasse Tyson debate me? I'm like, you're nothing to him.
Yes.
You would have to explain every single thing, and you would just say, nuh-uh. Like,
Because recently I got into it with somebody and it dawned on me, like, they're so used to the not. If you're a grown adult and you're like, oh, well, you got 5 minutes of time and I don't get to speak, I'm not even going to speak to you. I'm not even going to acknowledge you. If you're a grown man, and see, that goes back to the fact that I'm from the last generation to get their arses kicked by their parents. And so there's a certain discipline, there's a certain self-discipline, which I don't always have. I don't always have, but I'm not going to, I have a rule where I'm not going to fight people on the internet, and I try to stick to it. I lost it the other day on someone who's a complete stalker, loser, weirdo, who literally is stalking me and being a weirdo, but that's on them. If staring at me, get your skirt up, hey, here I am. Don't forget to like and subscribe, but like it's pointless to debate. I don't know. I'm not a debate me bro kind of person. Like, I love talking to you about how stupid Kanye is, about your veteran stuff, about life. I want to hear about what's going on in your life, the relevant stuff. I'm not gonna debate you on if Kansas City, Missouri is better than Seattle, Washington. They're both beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I've recently just kind of told myself, like, I'm over the debate me bro crowd. I'm done with it. I'm too old. There's been quite a few people who don't like me for existing. There's nothing I can do about it, okay? There's people who've tried to fight me on Twitter, and I'm famous for saying, I will not fight you on Twitter. This is me and my 2-finger hunting peck.
Nice.
I won't. I'm not going to fight people online. I'm old school. If you want to throw a brick at me, like, at least I know you care, But to me, it's a waste of blood cells to fight someone online, So I clash with the debate me bro crowd because I'll say something like, no, I think you're lame. And it comes off as rude, but it's really because I don't think I'm above anyone, but I'm not going to bring myself down to that level.
For real.
I don't think I make mistakes. I'm a human being. I make errors all the time. Like, I'm not perfect. I'm actually just like everybody else, No, because we constantly talk about our differences, but like, having traveled around, like we're all kind of very much alike.
We are so much more alike than we are different.
Yeah. Yes. Human beings are funny that way because we'll constantly say, oh, they don't do it over here like this. Well, I know 175 other places where they do it just like that. You think you're original, and you're not.
It's all been done before.
I think it was, what was his name? Hunter S. Thompson. Is that the guy who wrote Fear and Loathing?
Yeah.
Okay. He said in an interview one time, he's like, society is an illusion. We live in pockets of society. We all clump together as humans. Society, just how they say, land doesn't vote. It's not land. Like, we think we inhabit all this land. We don't. We're in small little clumps on a planet that is 75% water. I don't know. Maybe I've reached this really weird turning point where I am done with the debate me bro crowd. It's kind of bottom feederish to me, and it's kind of angry for no reason. You're inviting strife into your life. And does John Wayne care that you canceled him twice? No. Guess what? John Wayne's dead. Or debating about something that happened 3,000 years ago. Like, I can't. You know what? I played high school football. Okay, you're gonna get the Al Bundy speech. I played high school football. About every 10 years, I add about 15 yards to my story. And I'm from the desert, and in 20 years, it's gonna be snowing in my story. And it hasn't snowed out here since 1989.
Atlas Sewing ran 230 yards for a touchdown.
From the bench.
From the bench.
You
It
know,
wasn't even,
so
it was in the stands, and they're just like,
yeah.
"God, the sewing, we need you."
I just and you know what? Maybe I'm being too practical and I'm using too much logic, but it's just it seems like a waste to me. I don't have to I don't know. I have nothing to prove. Is that better? I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't have anything to prove to anyone. That's when someone's like, I don't like you. I'm like, well, some days I don't like me either. Some days. What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah,
I
you can't please everybody.
I recently had someone tell me about my life and how they don't like this and that, and I'm like, man, you're a fan. You're a
Yeah.
fan, bro. Like,
I am living rent free in your brain. Like,
do you know? Do you, and I'm not even trying to be funny. Like when I woke up this morning and I made a cape. I literally
I
went
see
to
that
wall.
cape. I like the cape.
I went to
Very
wall.
patriotic, I guess.
It's I got it from Walter Mercado, who was he was a gay man from Mexico, but because back in his day, man, it was illegal to be gay, so he said he was psychic. Walter Mercado was on every infomercial in the 90s. He had plastic surgery, big hair. Don't make me pull his picture out.
So I need to see this.
Okay, let me where can I share this without getting my stream taken down? Yeah, we'll take it to YouTube.
Good old YouTube.
I have long arms. This, you know, whenever I look back, I'm like, oh, it looks so funny when you're, oh, it's already in here because I've already been watching it. Let's see if we find a good one. Walter Mercado was a legend. But like, so basically, he said that he was psychic because it was illegal to be gay in Mexico. And so because of his gosh, his case, I need to stop looking at that. Because he got huge, he became famous, he would have these outlandish outfits. Like super liberal. He was a Mexican Liberace. Do you know who
Oh, I think
Liberace
I'm.
is?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, then, I don't know. I say crazy stuff sometimes, and like people are like, "Who's that guy?" All right, let's see. Where is it? Share screen. I am so rusty at this. All right. Walter Mercado. Share audio. Okay, can you see him?
I can see your YouTube stream, yes, or your YouTube, yeah.
Okay, let's see if we. I want to. There, look at that cape.
Oh wow, my God, you're right. Like straight up, like Liberace, like a blonde Liberace.
Yeah, we know. Okay, this.
Use
I'm just
you
gonna
can use
pause this,
premium.
but like, look at that. Look at the, and you know, like, oh, ha ha, Walter Mercado, whatever. First off, I grew up like I speak Spanish, so I used to watch his infomercials out of boredom. But look at this guy. That's a cape. That's a jacket and a
Wow.
cape. Look, because you could see like right here, that's the arm of it, but like that's all a cape. We
You
gotta
know,
find something better.
this may be you know, a controversial opinion, but I am pro cape.
Me. So last week I jokingly mentioned like oh I'm gonna make a Walter Mercado cape, and I woke up this morning and I was like I'm gonna make a cape.
Make me a cape.
I went over to Walmart so early that they actually had people in the fabric section. Thank you, Liz. Walter Mercado is an epic human being, and he basically grew up at a time where he had to hide who he was, and he became. And the ironic thing is that the same people who would have hated him for being gay literally loved him and treated him like a god. Like he is revered in Mexico. Oh, see, nope, no food, nope. I love 7-Eleven food. Liz knows that. Actually, I went there today with Isaiah. Got to rack up those points.
I miss my 7-Eleven.
So I'm on this whole Walter Mercado kick, and I threatened last week, like, I'm gonna shut this place down and just start making capes. And like back on to the debate me bro crowd, like I constantly talk about how people waste their time and like waste their, I don't know, like I judge people on how they delegate their time. And like instead of like sitting around and loathing and like brooding, I made a cape. Because I am I'm not a fan of this time of year. Are you a Christmas fan?
Uh, not necessarily. I used to be, but yeah, like,
It's
yeah, it's just not a great time of year for me.
this year seems super depressing, and so I was just wasn't feeling it when I woke up this morning. I said, you know what, I'm gonna make a cape, because I always say if you're having a bad day or you're not feeling it, do something goofy.
Make a cake.
That is my line. Like, do something goofy, laugh at yourself a little bit, because I have a saying, like, if you're not laughing, you're not living.
You might be crying.
Well, when you take yourself too serious, that's when you start walking around telling people, debate me, bro. Debate me, bro. I'm serious. Like, I look at some people and I'm like, bro, you take yourself way too serious.
And there's people just willing to debate and get straight up hostile over like some of the stupidest things. Like, okay, politics, whatever, environment, okay. Pineapple on pizza, like, okay. Like, there's people who just they'll
It's
take
not
a
worth.
strong opinion on something.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Ollie.
Like, so.
Absolutely. Freaking, that's kind of what inspired it too. Is I watch a lot of weird YouTube and I watch a lot of tailors and people who make Victorian clothes. I don't have the body. I look like I'm 3 months pregnant sometimes, depending on I'm I like pancakes and cheeseburgers, don't judge me.
We have In-N-Out and it shows.
Yeah. I live on by a place where there's a Denny's across the street from an IHOP, which is across the street, like literally you can see one from the other. It's weird.
They're all shaking fists at each other.
Well, the hill on my house is kind of a leftover of like 1980s America's decadence. If you think about it, like we had malls, we had fast food joints, anywhere you could put it. Like that era is over. McDonald's and Starbucks will own everything in the next 10 years.
That's funny how you mentioned that. Like just today, like I was up, visiting the kiddo, and there's this sandwich shop that I've been going to for years, the little mom and pop place, closed. I'm like, okay, let's go to this restaurant. We haven't been there in a while, closed. The movie theater that's the only thing that for kids to do in that closed. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. Old school America is dying out. I never go to the mall. My mom told me our local mall, which was like the state of decadence, is half abandoned. And once Sears closed, literally the entire northern half of the mall is just done. Because Sears was a mega store, the entire mall led towards the Sears. It's not there anymore, It's really strange, really strange. You know what? I think I might make a Victorian cape. Like I said, I'm gonna turn to godless capes. No, it was Butterfly on my wall, and one of my comments, she commented about like how I sew at an unimaginable pace, and I'm like, I really do. I make coats that it takes a person a week to make. And like,
You said you just made that cape today, right? This morning?
yeah.
That is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah. And I'll make a coat in like one night with interfacing, which is basically like all the insides, like every single one of like these pieces are different. You have to put them together, when you make something. And I didn't realize it was considered difficult until I was watching this YouTuber I absolutely love. And she she's from Yorkshire, England, and she's like, "Oi, don't you realize I made a coat? Do you know how hard it is to make a coat?" And I'm looking around like, "Oh shit, it is really hard to make a coat." But I make one a week, you know. I make one a week, so I need to slow down. See, Liz and I were talking about this earlier. I am fleece lightning. I don't know what it is. Like I absolutely love sewing, but like I need to slow down. Just in my closet, you can see on the left hand side all that stuff hanging. I've made every single one of those things, and that's a full rack.
What's
You
your
know,
favorite material to work with?
it's funny you would say that. I like more of a like 100% cotton or something more thick, but I love the material like it's made out of the old school beach chairs. I
Okay.
have a ton of it. I make a lot of my coats out of it because I scotch guard the hell out of them after, and it can take all the scotch guard after. But I like more absorbent or thick material, depending on. I started out with working with vinyl and denim.
No, so not a lot of lycra or stuff like that.
It I do, but like um if you ever get bored, look up like what's the most frustrating thing about sewing. Man, when you use certain material, it gets bunched up. You're sitting there pulling the stitches out. You're like, why did I mess up the hem? I ruined my whole shirt. You know. Oh, I love. There are certain machines where I'm like, is it really supposed to sound like this?
It's like
I
a
sit there.
100 stitches per second. Like that's ridiculous.
That's why I want to get the Juki slave machine, but because it's a slave machine, I like. So there's a sewing machine I want. Okay, there's a bunch of YouTubers I see they have, and I'm like, ooh, you had $10,000 to spend. And I want the top of the line one. Do you know it's so sad? You're either really rich or you work in a sweatshop if you have one. Because I watch people in Korea, Japan, Africa, and India, and they're wage slaves, and they have these machines. So Brother and Juki are all about, they totally support slavery, you know. So that's the one thing that has stopped me from buying this $10,000 Juki. I have to look it up. It's like you know, it's so sad. It's from a year ago, so it's probably already been updated. But I watch the Juki channel. You know, the Japanese make some of the greatest robots known to man. And so like I just like watching these really odd channels of like just people doing certain mechanisms and like certain robots moving around, and I am obsessed with the Juki channel.
Sure.
And like unfortunately the same, Liz knows, the same
Bottle number 2.
the same things I'm watching, like they're selling it to these mega corporations that basically have slaves. So there's that weird moral, like I don't want to support it. And then I was going to buy a Brother industrial machine, and I was watching this thing in India about how the tactile industry is destroying the rivers because dyeing clothes
All the
is
dyes, yeah.
it's a traumatic process, and you can't get rid of the water. The water is still there. It's this polluted water, so they put it back in the river because it's toxic. You can't have it in the factory.
The Ganges there is so nasty.
Oh, and Japan is ruined. That's why Japanese denim is so expensive. Japan has ruined a few rivers on purpose just for denim. You know, it's crazy, but these companies support them. You know, but again, I don't know. It was one of those things when I started, because I fall asleep to certain sewing content. There's this lady who has a sweatshop. She basically took over a sweatshop in downtown LA. And she's in there by herself and sewing.
Carla Sewing falls asleep to sweatshops.
What? No, she's in there by herself. And she's like, oh, I found this machine in the back, and I want to do something like that. Like, oops, I bought a building.
Oops. It'd be
Oops,
interesting to see you go stores locker hunting in like the garment district somewhere.
I used to do that, but I don't have the heart of buying people's memories they can't afford anymore.
Oh, isn't that so sad?
I don't. I know how it is to be down and out, and I consider my father one of the biggest vultures known to mankind. He taught me everything I know. He turned to me one day. He said, "You're a vulture, kid," and he was basically telling me like, "You're buying someone's grandpa stuff, and they're never gonna get it." Or somebody couldn't afford to pay their rent on their locker, and they lost everything they own.
Like, oh,
You
this is
know.
your grandparents' ashes. Let's just throw these away. Like,
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you? That's some vulture stuff. Like, that's real. It happens all the time. And it was my ex-wife's father who was buying a locker one time, and he actually gave it back to the lady who was standing there trying to buy it.
wow.
But that rarely happens, though.
It
You
very
know.
rarely.
And he was actually the one that got me hooked on it because he opened a locker and found 6 jet skis with the keys in it. And we used
It's a
to
good
tool
day.
around. We used to tool around on those things. and
Man.
and sea-doos as well. Yeah. Oh yeah. But just like anything else, it becomes an addiction because okay, he found that locker full of sea-doos. Okay, the next locker you buy, you're buying trash that you have to now dump. It's
Yeah.
just a locker full of trash, you know, like
Like, why would you save used diapers? Like,
yeah, people are so strange. People like they're if someone bought my locker, I would laugh at them. Like, good luck. Oh, excuse me.
sewing machines.
No, I put it in my video all the time. It's the remnants of my old house, of my grandmother's house, and all this weird stuff that my dad would build that I was like, I don't even know what this is. I'm just gonna put it in. He was an engineer. And over ambitious doesn't even state the things like of the crazy stuff that and after a while you're like, dude, I'm not an engineer. I don't even know what this is. You know?
You just don't have the heart to get rid of it.
Well, a lot of it is like he would build these, like he was all about trying to build basically self-sustaining power. So he was an engineer, but he was coming from it from the 1960 standpoint of like, okay, batteries and solar panels. Man, do you know how toxic batteries are? You can't just dump batteries, you know.
Oh.
Over ambitious.
If only you would have seen like the cold fusion breakthrough we just recently had.
Amazing. Where's my starship?
Soon. I'd say within the next 50 years, we're gonna have such a surplus of energy that actually might be a reality. Flying cars might be a reality, or as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we already have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
Yeah,
exactly.
So true. That's like when I was a kid, I used to watch old school Star Trek and Next Generation. I had a flip phone all the way up until I got my iPhone 4. I was one of those geeks where I was like, oh, it's going to give you a cancer. I don't want an iPhone. Do you know what's so sad? I get separation anxiety if I lose my phone now.
Oh my God.
You kidding me? That thing has bank statements. That has my whole life on it.
When I went, as a matter of fact, I was down in Southern California in San Diego, was at the zoo. And I was just, my family and I, the kiddo, we sat down on the bench and I just, checked the time, and instead of putting it back in my pocket, I put it down on the bench and walked away. And about 10 minutes later, I realized, oh shit, I don't have my phone. And I'm like, God, what am I going to do? Like, I start freaking out, like, as you said, everything is on that phone.
Yep. Everything.
And I just go back. I'm like, go back to the bench. Hope against all hope. And it's still sitting there. I'm like, wow, that's not the Southern California I was led to believe in.
You know what? There's still good people here. I think sometimes like we get caught up in the news and stuff. It's the loud ones that make it horrible for everybody. Because I exist in a world of where I go to all Hispanic neighborhoods, all black neighborhoods, and they're more safe than where I live in the suburbs. You know, so my truck, I have to park my truck in front of my house in front of my camera, in case some idiot tries to steal my Cadillac converter.
God.
Don't let me catch you. Don't let me catch you. I got rope.
I work for a federal agency, and like one day I get to work and we have a government car out front, and somebody jacked the catalytic converter out of it.
That is so ghetto.
I'm like, you just made that a federal crime, bud. Like, we're never gonna catch you, but if we do,
don't let me catch somebody. I think about that all the time because I have a inoperable truck that I am this close to donating. I am so mad at my truck. I survived a car accident from a 1999 2000-ish Ford F-150. I went and bought another one. It's a lemon. And it's sat in front of my house for 4 years. 3 years. Going on. This will be 4 years. It sat in front of my house. And I am this close to towing it down the street and writing abandoned across the hood. I
hire someone to steal it and like just crash into the river. Oh, someone stole my car.
It's been sitting there so long that if I looked underneath and didn't see the Cadillac converter, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. You just open it up, everything's gone, just stripped.
I would not be surprised. With a possum sitting there like, I live here now. I live here now.
Family of raccoons. Just...
I had a neighbor who he had the first Eclipse. It was like a laser or something. He thought it was a classic car. I'm like, bro, that's from 1990. It's a wannabe Knight Rider car. Like it's not even worth $500. By the time his ex-wife got to it, she was a real life hoarder. And I tried to help her like get rid of some of her stuff. To say that she's a real life hoarder, I'm not kidding you. She had 9 years of bottles and cans. Do you know when I took them in, they stopped. They just waited. They were like, bro, we're just gonna throw a couple $100 at you, okay? Because this is insane. You literally have like a freaking Oldsmobile's worth of bottles and cans, you know? She was
making these back in '06. Like,
oh, when you can't recognize the can, you're crazy. Like if you can't recognize the can, there is something wrong with you, you know? Like, oh, I remember that. I remember those Budweisers from high school, which was 27 years ago. Like, there's something wrong with you, you know?
That company went under a decade ago.
She actually helped me with my hoarding because she was standing over a trash can, taking things out of a trash can. And I was like, you know what? Nothing is like I have a lot of stuff, but I have less stuff because of her. Like my house is habitable. Her house was inhabitable. I hoard in 2 rooms and we're looking at both of them. This one and my closet.
They're on camera.
You know, no, because I feel like my kid has a right to actually have a functioning house, you know?
Absolutely.
You know, but like being around real life hoarders is a reality check when you're a collector, because she started off as a collector. She had so much home shopping network stuff. Like it was, she owned, like, if you go back from 92 to like 98, she owned everything. When she was network, she was on that phone. Like, oh, I like that. I'll take 2 of those. She had a red Nintendo Wii and she tried to tell me it was rare. I Googled it. I said, you got this off of the home shopping network. You can't lie to me. It's the internet era. Like, I ran serial numbers. You can't lie.
And I can get one now for $10 off eBay.
Exactly. So, but her, she was a real life. And the sad thing is, she never got help. So she died in her hoarding. And I feel like that story should be told because she was a functioning human being in society, and because of trauma in her life, she she started collecting stuff and it just never went away. She collected McDonald toys from the 70s up until the day she died.
I wonder if it's just like a connection issue, or do they think they really are going to make money in the future on it? Or
Okay, so a lot of it is fear of abandonment. Your inanimate objects will never leave you.
okay, it's true.
So, like, people suck. Why do people hoard 15 cats and dogs? Because dogs will love you forever. You know, and if you have control issues, if you're hoarding, you're in control of it. Even if it's a mountain of t-shirts, that's your mountain, you know.
Okay.
A lot of it is repressed issues. People told, no, you can't have that. Then they go and buy 75 of them. My father grew up excessively poor. He came into money and had a shopping habit. The day he died, he bought so much stuff, and I'd still like, what? I still question it. But he grew up extremely impoverished. So it was overcompensation, you know?
Okay.
A lot of it is, it's hoarding this is not healthy. My hoarding is not healthy. Like, it is not a healthy habit. When there's anyone who hoards anything, I would challenge them to say that it's a healthy habit, you know, because
you got to get that. Sorry. Good.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was what you got to. I also identify that line between a collector and the hoarder.
Big time. And there is a line, like, you know, I have a ton of comic books. I'm a hoarder because I saw somebody who was a YouTuber. I won't name their name because they're not around anymore. But they were like, oh yeah, I collect comic books. Come into this room. They had them on the wall and graded. I'm like, oh shit, I'm a hoarder. Because I have mine in long boxes, you know. I'm like, oh crap. I'm a hoarder, you know.
God.
Because they have theirs on display. I'm like, oh, I have that Fantastic Four, but I have to like dig through a mountain of crap to find it, you know. It's always unresolved issues. Anyone that collects anything in an excessive amount is because something happened to that person, you know.
Here's a question. Do you think extremely rich people are hoarders of money?
Yes.
Okay.
I've known quite a few of them. Yes. I've known someone that lived like a pauper and they died and they said, this ninja has what? Has what? They made me pay for dinner last week. Cheap bastard. You know, like, I have to cut myself off from buying another sewing machine. I have only 2 spots for a singer. Okay. See, this is I have the same problem. I take my son with me though, because he's excessively honest. And he'll just ask me the question, where are you gonna put it, bro? And I'm like, oh, I have no good answer for that.
Damn it. Your room.
No, he knows. Because he takes a look around. He's like, you're running out of room in here, kid. And that's why, like even this, like 4 sewing machines ago, I told myself, like, all right, I'm gonna stop buying vintage sewing machines for a while. I'm like in the past, Christmas is different though, because there's always sales, you know. But in the past month and a half, I've got like how many vintage sewing machines? Because they're different than like that one I paid $20 for. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're different because these are real life antiques, you know? Yeah. Ollie, were you the person who told me, like, just go with the tide? Somebody on one of my community tabs was like, just accept it. I always say, like, I could be hoarding crack or something, so that, you know, I could have
worse.
Yeah, always.
And at least, like, again, like, your stuff is genuinely, like, antiques and things like that. Whereas, you got the person who's collecting, dirty newspapers from, the last 30 years.
I always thought that was the weirdest habit. People still do that.
Oh my God.
I always thought that was the weirdest habit. Like, if I'm in it, that's different. I'm gonna go to the newsstand, put in my 50 cents, and take every newspaper.
Every one of them.
Everyone. If I'm especially, I don't care if I'm on page 6 or the front page, I'm gonna take everyone.
San Diego's most wanted. I'm taking all of them.
Do you know in Portland, and a lot of cities do this, if you get arrested, they have shame papers where they put what you did and your mugshot up.
Damn.
I have one. I have an old one from 2012. Portland is no joke. They will shame you. They will
Wow.
shame you. Oh yeah. I'm the same way. I am the same way, Ollie. I am the
I
same
don't
way.
even know what a fiddle bass.
I like any of those old antique. That's why I'm gonna get a cobbler. I'm gonna get a cobbler machine, but I just can't justify it.
How much are they?
It depends if I find someone who doesn't know what they're doing or if someone's gonna charge me like 8 grand for it.
Good
Because
God.
you know, well, and I'm saying an excessive amount, like a grand or two, but like certain machines, they know it's a business. Like I watched this one YouTuber and he has an old press and he has a business where he's manually doing it, you know, like he has one machine and he has a business out of it, you know. There you
I mean,
go. And
make
see
a
that's
quality.
another thing. Like I could easily resell this, especially this one for a grand and a half, and I paid 45 bucks for it.
Wow.
That's part of the addiction too. And I said earlier, I sold one for 900 bucks. It justified my entire sewing habit because I paid 20 bucks here. You know what I'm saying? Like I
One person's addiction is another person's justified habit.
yeah. Man, your check's clear. I'll mail it to you. I said, I looked at my bank was like, did you sell something? I looked at my phone. I said, let me put some clothes on. I'm about to mail this right now. It's unreal here. LA, quite a bit of the time, it is the area so expensive in LA. It is. And see, that's the thing. Like, I couldn't get this much money in Iowa. I could sell this for 200 bucks. But you can come and say hi, bro. Um, I could I'm still live, but you can come do your but in California, you know, um I sold one that's 2 years older than this for 900 bucks. I sold another one that's 4 years older than this for a grand. You know, and these are people in my area.
When was the first like electric sewing machine?
I gotta Google that before I go. This is like that. Do you remember the milk commercial? And they called the guy that was in the Aaron Burr Museum, and he was eating peanut butter. Do you remember that? And he's like, Aaron Burr. I have to look that up. I want to say the 1920s. I think Ali said it earlier. Might have been earlier than that. The first electric was like in the 1800s. Because if you think about it, when the Industrial Revolution was like the late 1800s, so they had all these crazy contraptions. And in England, using a treadle machine was considered unladylike.
Is that the leg one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so like they had to invent
Anyway.
it's the weirdest thing.
Cilantro.
In what is it? What is it called? The Secret Life of Sewing Machines. This guy Tim Hunkins, I think, he's so cool. I totally ripped off one of his videos. He could have given me a copyright strike and he didn't. I love the
Oh,
guy.
that's nice.
And like he wants people to share his stuff. He's been at it since the 70s, but like so that he shows all these contraptions in England that they had. They had pulleys. There was one guy on a bike because the treadle was considered unladylike, but people had to sew, you know.
And really, when that electric engine started kicking in, and really all the electric engine was just spinning something in a little circle.
Here we go. I
I'm
knew you
assuming
would
that's a
know.
big thing for sewing machines is really just a putting, running that thing a little circle, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you know I love talking about Isaac Merritt Singer because this guy had, I think it was 19 children. This machine right here is a standard sewing machine, okay? He broke off from the Singer Sewing Company because they ticked him off twice and made his own machine. While he still he still was a shareholder in the Singer Sewing Company. He was such an a-hole that Singer exiled him to England.
A corporation.
Under his own name, paid him off to leave America.
Go start some sewing machines over there.
Isaac Merritt Singer was a pirate. He was no joke. He just happened to make a sewing machine. I love my standard. Like, that's like, he literally got mad and moved to Cleveland for a year and made his own company. He literally I wish I had that kind of money where I could get angry. That's probably the oldest sewing machine in here if I really looked it up. Bought that at Rooster's Relics 2 years ago.
So they just like see you come in like, here are new sewing machines, Mr. Sewing.
Well, you guys, like, let's be real. I walk in, black guy, cowboy hat, patches. They're like, what spaceship did this man just walk up? They think I'm like MIB, like some weirdo from a spaceship, you know. People love me. I'm like the local sewing guy, you know. And I've gained quite a reputation around Los Angeles because I'm a man who buys sewing machines. So it's a point of curiosity to people where they're like, what do you do with that? Do you know I've gained quite a few subscribers? I say I have a YouTube channel. And every time I say it, when we get to that house, like Isaiah's like, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone. And he's like, oh, you gained a subscriber. Because my shameless self-plugs work, you know. But
Nice.
people are curious.
Yeah.
Even at the antique mall, they were like, what are you going to do with this? I said, I have a YouTube channel. They popped it up on the screen while I was sitting there.
Nice. Yeah, my kiddo's mom is a real crafty person, sews and all that stuff, and has a sewing machine. And I just introduced her to your channel the other day, so hopefully she'll check you out.
Awesome. It's one of those weird things though, like and I speak Spanish too, so it's shocking to people too when I walk into their store and I'm like, do you have any sewing machines? Because it's so, and Isaiah and I walk in and like we're loud and we're wearing loud clothes, you know. We're odd people. Like I'm willing to admit, like, excuse me, I know I stick out. I know that there's no one like that looks like me, you know, or that, like, even if they do, they don't dress like me. And so, like, I give people the benefit of the doubt because it's shocking at first, especially like to the old lady sewing crowd. Could you imagine you walk in Joann's and some guy is wearing a patch that says fuck you, I have enough friends, or my other one that says fuck your feelings, like, and I'm literally on the floor like, how come they don't have any good patterns here? Like, I'm sure they think it's Bizarro World when they, you know. There was one lady who literally gasped. I was sitting on the floor, cross-legged on a Saturday. I was at Joann's, and like they have huge filing cabinets of patterns, and they really do not make patterns for men. So I have to dig. Like, I really have to dig. And long story short, this poor lady, this poor woman, she was like, oh, and she's like, I'm so sorry. I was like, no skin off my back. Like, I scared you. You didn't scare me. I scared you. Like, so I understand. Like the other day when I was at Hobby Lobby, I looked around. I'm the only man within a mile. I'm at the I'm at there was a long line and I'm on my phone. I look up and there are 9 women just looking at me like, I wonder what he's doing here. I wonder what he's gonna make with that. Why is he buying so much fabric? Like, why is he buying so much fabric? But as human beings, we judge, you know? So I know because I dress odd, people are gonna look at me crazy. So I don't like get offended unless you say something really stupid to me. I don't get offended by it, you know. So to answer your question, I am shocking to people. And plus, like, let's be real. It's different in LA because men sew, but most men do not sew, you know. So I'm invading like I'm walking into someone's happy place. They're like, what is this scary biker guy here doing here? What is this guy doing here? You know. But with that being said, a lot of once that initial shock is gone, people treat me like gold. You know, because we have something in common.
Yeah, and you may, I would imagine you go in there and you may look, a bit unique, but you're not an asshole. Like,
Oh no, oh no. Oh no, I'm nice. And there's always that the conversation is always like, what are you gonna make? Because they're curious as hell. They're like, what are you gonna make? And I tell them, like, I'm gonna make a sweatshirt or a shirt or and then it sparks the conversation. It's different now because like they know me now. So they see me coming. They're like, all right.
oh, we got some patterns. Check it out.
Exactly. And plus, I'm not even trying to be mean. I would scream misandry, but like there's not a lot of selection for men. So I let them all know, like, you need to order some patterns for dudes.
So
I know it's out there.
forgive my ignorance, but when patterns, is that literally just like the shapes of clothes that you cut out?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah. And you literally cut the shapes out. And they're like crepe paper. So you can pin it to your clothes. Let me get out. This one's huge. I'm actually mad at this pattern.
I'm mad.
Forever. It took forever to stuff that crap back in there. It took forever. Because like a pattern for a shirt is self-explanatory. It's easy. This is a suit coat. There's 20 something pieces to it, and it never goes back in the envelope how it came out. But like this is my simplicity pattern for a shirt. I use this because I wear long sleeves for everything. And let's see what piece this is. This has got to be the back, I can tell. But it's like this thin piece of paper, and you put it up to your fabric and you cut around it.
Wow. Do they get torn? They look like they get torn. It would get torn really easy.
Oh yeah. That's why you can't have kids or spastic people or no, I'm kidding. No, they do. But I pin them like it's really weird. It's thicker than joint paper, so it's durable. Like you can beat it up. But don't don't get your ash flicked on it or it'll
my god,
disappear.
it does look like it'd be flammable as fuck.
Oh, it's paper. It's paper. It'll go up in a second. So I'm talking about accident prone. I'm more scared of fire than electricity.
God, can you imagine all like what was the triangle fire or whatever with the fabric fires that they had with the like everything was flammable back then, with
oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's that was one of the reasons I was scared to buy all those old patterns because I was like, man, I don't need anything more that's flammable in my house. I don't need anything else that's flammable. I'm so mad. I do sell a lot of my stuff. Like I sell because it keeps my habit. It feeds my habit, I'm a capitalist in that sense. Like not everything is for sale, but we can negotiate.
You have like an Etsy, or do you just find people that like, hey, I want to buy that?
I've made more money off of word of mouth than I've ever made joining a group. Or even like eBay or any of that stuff. And plus, like, depending on If I was to ship a sewing machine to Zimbabwe, I would lose money. If I was to ship a sewing machine to Scotland, I'm gonna lose money. But and that's through these companies, okay? But if someone pays me directly and I send this to Scotland, that's different. Because I'm paying for the shipping and handling, but I'm not losing out because basically you have to pay for these third parties. You're in the end, they're gonna stick you for taxes because you're using their and rightfully so, they're a business. I'm not saying that eBay is wrong or any of these things are wrong. It's just I'm not a middleman kind of guy. You know, I don't need a tour guide. It's business is funny that way. Like it depends. Like if I made like if I had a huge inventory and made millions, it'd be different. If I was
Have a
able to lose money,
warehouse
like,
and
yeah, you know, like, but I'm not gonna get burnt. Like on that $900 sewing machine, I spent $75 shipping and handling. But if I did it through eBay, that $900 would have been $650.
they take a cut.
They take a huge cut. And so, you know, it just depends on what you're selling too. Man, I used to sell cars. Like I used to flip cars, but then
Oh,
people realized their value. And my era was done.
yeah, oh my God,
Houses too.
I'm sure like the internet killed used car salesmen and shit like that. Like,
I watched my father buy a 69 Ford Mustang for $500 at a party.
at
He
a
walked
party.
up. Oh, we were all partying. This guy was like, "Hey, I got a Mustang in the garage." And my dad was like, "Really? Let's go look." And the guy was like, "I don't know what to do with it." And my dad's like, "I'll give you $500." He's like, "Sold." He looks at me. He's like, "Go get the tow. Go get the truck.
Quick.
Go get the yeah." We told that. So flash forward 3 years later, I'm sitting in the garage with my pops. We're watching Counting Cars with the count, with the count on the History Channel. He destroyed the industry of flipping cars. I love the guy. I'd ride bikes with him. I would ride with him. He's a monster. Like he's an awesome human being. I love his whole October year-round theme. I love it. He ruined the flipping business because people know what their cars are worth. They know their motorcycle's worth 10 grand now. They know their dad's old Harley's worth 15 grand now. You know, I can't walk up to someone and be like, "Oh, I'll give you $200 for that." Like you can't do that anymore. You
That
know.
old piece of junk there. Yeah, no.
Oh, I wrote that book. If I'm kicking the tires and calling it crap, you better charge me an extra $500 because I'm gonna try to rip you off. I'm gonna try to rip you. I'm gonna say something insulting like, "I'll give you $300 for it." Matter of fact, this white rotary sewing machine right here, and I feel bad now, but the guy at the swap meet, I can tell he liked his drugs. And he wanted $400 for that. I walked up to him. I said, "I'll give you $100 bill right now if you help me get it in my car." He helped me put it in my truck. And I feel bad because he knew the value of that. I knew the value of it, but I knew that if I offered him 100 and just stuck firm, he wouldn't turn it down. Because he looked like he was there, for drug money. I'm trying to be nice.
I love it. You know, the shady underground drugs and sewing machines.
Well, was at the swap meet, man. Tell me, I just recently watched this thing because I watch news from around the country. I recently watched this thing in Oakland where they said that most of the stuff at the swap meet is stolen from grocery stores, from major retail stores. No, I'm sorry, it was the Alameda swap meet, and they
I can believe that.
they undercut. It's the news, so they had undercovers. But it's so when I go to the swap meet, I know he's not into sewing.
Yeah. It's like you stole this from a little old lady, didn't you?
Well, see, if it's smaller, I would say that, but like if you jack a table, that's noticeable.
Yeah.
Like, that is a full table. I just have a bunch
What
of crap on it.
what kind of burglars is a sewing machine table? Like,
And it came with this really weird gaudy top. That's how I knew that he got it. Like, he probably got in a poker game or something, you know? It had this really weird, like, Eddie Munster top on it. I was like, all right, I know you didn't. But see, that's the thing about the swap meet. Like, um, I bought a Janome sewing machine in the box, which is like a good, great brand new $300 sewing machine for $20. Because I told the guy, I'll give you $20 for it. Sold. He had to have stolen it. He had
he's
to have.
gotta.
Like, I'm sorry. Or and I say this because he's not that dumb. He's not that dumb. Like, especially in the world of resale, like, we have Google now. In any language you speak, in you know, they have picture Google, you know, like, no matter what, you know. So
Seriously, yeah, somebody comes up to me and say, "Hey, nice bike there. Yeah, I'll give you $100 for it." And I can go on eBay, like, dude, it's going for like $600 used. Like,
I've Googled in front of people's faces. Been like, hold on. To Google, give me a second. It's true. It's true. And like I said, like, it's good for the consumer. It's bad for a vulture like me, but it's good for people so they don't get ripped off.
yeah,
You know? That is one thing that goes back to my Vallarta order. Long story short, I sent my mom and she went and she thought she was getting the food. They handed her 10 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of refried beans. And so I was starving. And so I go over to her house and I'm like, I'm ready to eat the tamales. She's like, yeah, go pull it out. I was like, Mom, this is rice. What? I look at the other thing. This is beans. I called Vallarta like a real Karen. And I was like, I sent this innocent old lady and you gave her the wrong order. So, needless to say, they gave me my food and made me keep the beans.
oh, good.
And our local homeless shelter was like, nope.
Oh, no to the beans
And the rice.
because it's just that's silly.
And so, long story short, I put on Facebook, I said, hey, if you live in my area, I will feed you right now. I sent a message to my ex-wife, but she did not say anything back to me. She was like, no way,
Pass,
bro.
thanks.
Hey, Mark Short, how's it going?
Hey, Mark, how's it going, brother?
I am gonna throw a rope around this in a minute. We've been going for. Do you
Oh.
know I had to look because I'm gonna have to start wearing my glasses all the time. I thought it was 2 hours, but it's 3.
Yeah, you were going for a little over an hour before I even hopped on.
Well, it's because for the first, like, I got a sewing machine going in real time, but for the first time ever, it actually was just like instantly worked. Holy cow! I can actually see what these things are.
Wow, it's weird seeing you with glasses on.
I'm supposed to actually wear these all the time. It's like I can actually see all the words on the computer over there. Oh, I didn't see you standing there. Kidding. I'm kidding. I can actually read the chat. Hey, Mark. No, I'm supposed to. I should be wearing these all the time. But I don't know, around 13 or 14, there was this thing called junior high. And I stopped wearing I'm from an era where people got beat up in junior high. Like, if you were different, you got beat up. I was a Boy Scout. I stopped being a Boy Scout because I knew that if I wore my uniform to school, I would get beat up. I knew.
I mean, with the shorts and the woggle or whatever it's called,
the tie, all of it.
Yeah,
The scarf that they used as a tie. I knew I would get suplexed into a locker. And my glasses disappeared. My glasses disappeared. Do you know like it depends. Like if I'm riding a bike, I have to wear my glasses. So under my helmet, I'll have these on. If when I drive long distance, I have to wear my glasses.
See, I didn't get my glasses. I didn't start needing glasses until my mid-20s. But fortunately, like for the poor guys guys and gals who join like the military that have prescription glasses, there's one like they have one frame for absolutely everybody, and they're known across all the branches as birth control glasses because they are the ugliest brown hideous glasses.
These are US Army standard issue I got at Walmart, my frames.
Nice.
These have paint on them. I've worn these like with my paint gun, but these are good old US standard issue. I literally was like, because you're paying for the glasses.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, pick a frame." I was like, it said that one says US Army. Give me that one. So there's certain people that see my glasses and they're like, "Bro, do you realize what you're wearing?" Got them at Walmart. Oh my gosh, I can actually see the chat.
Comes in handy.
Oh, that's hilarious. See, and that's another thing. I'm semi-precision, like when I'm welding or certain things, because I work on a ranch. It's like you have to be jack of all trades. So I don't wear my glasses out of vanity. Really, is what it is. It's just vanity. That's why people are shocked. Like, you wear glasses? I'm like, I've actually worn them my whole life. I just,
my kid's the same way though. Like he needed glasses when he about junior high, but just never wears them, never wore them. Probably for the same reason, I'm sure.
It's different now though. Kids go to jail if you beat up another kid now. In my day, like it was warrior school. Things were so different back in the day. Like even for as cautious as I am with my son, like there are so many like they don't play on campus anymore. They do not play because of all their crap that goes on in this country. They do not mess around.
Well, it's scary. Like I found myself at the beginning of this last school year doing something I never thought I would do. And I found myself looking for bulletproof backpacks, and it's like, what kind of fucking world do we live in?
During Christmas break, I got an email, fentanyl email. They're like, check your kid's stuff. They could have fentanyl. Oh, by the way, if you touch it, you could die.
Yeah. It takes like 2 grains of salt worth and you're fucking dead.
It's a crazy world. I agree with you. And the active shooter drill, all of it. It's just, and that's why it's one of the reasons Isaiah is homeschooled, just because of the insanity. Well, that in our local school district has taken a dive. People don't want to work anymore, and the teaching industry is no different.
If they'd only pay them what they were fucking worth, like.
Well, if they paid teachers what they were worth, then LeBron James wouldn't be playing for the Lakers.
True.
The teachers should be getting paid as much as lawyers. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying they should all be driving Ferraris like doctors, but I'm just saying they should be paid. They're making the doctors. They should be. I don't know. I'm hardcore when it comes to that. I think the teachers should be getting paid. It's so sad. These people are expected to babysit our children, and we can't even give them a living wage.
Yeah, my brother he teaches physics up in high school. He teaches high school physics up in Colorado, and he's telling me, they give them I think it's like $250 a year for school supplies.
Oh,
and it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
That's not even a drop in the bucket, man.
Nothing. It's like,
I couldn't see. In my profession, not having proper equipment will get you killed. So why do we do that to teachers? You're
For
not going to
real.
climb a pole with a rope. You're not going to jump in a septic tank with a rope. You're not going to, shoe a horse with a hammer. You're not going to, well, depending on the situation. But I'm just saying, like, you have to have the proper equipment. Or
Exactly.
you're just babysitting. And see that's the one thing that drives me crazy about my local school district, where I was like, man, I could do this by myself. I don't need you. Like you're just babysitting my kid. I don't need you to babysit my kid. I need you to teach my child. He did. Isaiah had one teacher, and man, within a couple months that he could read, like it was a miracle. She cared though. It's rare.
It just takes that one special teacher that can just turn a child's life around.
Mark, you're not kidding. You're not getting. See, that's part of the problem too. And you know what's so sad, Mark? You're 100% right, because when my son was in the 5th grade, there was a school shooting at the high school that was like, I don't know, less than half a mile. The kid ran past my kid's school with his firearm
That's scary.
loaded. And so yeah. And I never thought about it until it never really, really hit home until that day where I'm watching on the news there's a helicopter and I can see my kid's school and the guy's running in the woods back by the house. Well, I'm sorry. He's running in the wash back by the school, you know? Yeah, it's no joke.
Man,
That's
that's
real.
fucking nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. And like that's in my yuppie ass town. And it always makes me laugh because they don't have shootings in LA like that. They don't. And it's because they've had a system implemented since the 90s. And like they don't have, just because they think we live in the suburbs, we're safe, which is a lie, because that kid walked on campus with a firearm and did what he did. You would never be able to do that in the middle of South Central Los Angeles because you'd pass through a metal detector and it would go off and they would tackle you.
Yeah, there'd be 3 different, school resource officers freaking. Yeah, like he would get approached, like, "Oh, what do you think about, oh, I think all teachers should carry guns, da 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 da." He's like, "I'm a teacher. I'm not a cop. I'm not a soldier. I teach physics. I don't shoot people."
That's what I try to explain to Isaiah, because he feels the same way, that we should arm all teachers. And I'm like, I had a junior high teacher that would have capped every single one of us.
Right.
He hated, and there was one teacher. He was so mentally unstable. He quit, and we were not nice. I'm not saying that we didn't drive him mentally insane, but he walked off and left a bunch of kids in a classroom alone for an hour. And then the next class showed up and didn't know what to do until someone ratted and went to the office and was like, we've been alone for 2 hours.
My high school geometry teacher, she was known for having a bottle of freaking vodka in her desk at any given time.
Oh
Like,
man. Oh, I had a teacher who went through a divorce while he was teaching. He was always late. If I ever see that man, I'm gonna give him a hug and tell him I understand.
I understand. It's okay.
Gosh,
Let me buy you
how
a drink.
how old would he be? That was like 30. No, that was high school, so it was 20 something years ago. Well, he's not that old. He's probably in his 60s by now. Because you look at someone, you're like no, those guys were all in their 20s and 30s because they were all young teachers. It's probably in his 50s by now. Not that old. Poor guy.
Man, I remember I had a 5th grade. He was my 5th grade teacher's name was Mr. Grist. He was actually a really cool teacher. He on Saturdays he worked for the local radio station and would tell stories and things like that.
Awesome.
He was one of my favorite teachers. And I just randomly I was just in the area like 20 or about 20 years after the fact, right? And I'm like, but this is also before it was too crazy for a random adult to come walking into a middle school, like going to classroom to classroom. But I found him and he remembered my fucking name and like told stories that like, oh, I remember this one time because I got picked on a lot in the 5th grade, and like this one kid was throwing a ball at me and joking and everything like that, and I got I picked up the ball and started walking towards him like I was gonna fuck him up. But I was like, I just handed the ball to the teacher, and he's like, you know what? I still remember that day. And if you would have started wailing on that kid, I would have just walked away and let it happen because he fucking deserved it.
You know, as somebody who has worked with kids, there's always that one kid where you're like, if the ball hits you in the head, I'm not gonna flinch. I'm gonna laugh at you. If you trip, I might not help you up.
Oh man.
Oh, that's so funny. I do Special Olympics, and I tell Isaiah, don't be a coach's kid. Don't be a coach's kid. It's obnoxious. I played sports as a child. I had one friend who wasn't a coach's kid, but he was raised Hindu. And his dad was like, no, you are not getting any special treatment whatsoever, you know? But besides that, coaches' kids are obnoxious.
Surprising how the starting quarterback always ends up being the coach's kid, right? Like,
oh, wait, ugh. You know, I actually lost a friend like that because of baseball. My parents weren't like all into the boosters clubs and stuff like that. And I knew someone basically got picked over me because their parents were involved. And they were sorry at baseball, you know. Politics. But fun fact, that particular coach I want to say 2009, he worked there forever. He got caught embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars and is still in prison to this very day. So ha 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 ha. No, the guy was an a-hole. That's the problem when you deal with children's lives. They will never forget you. You know, so the guy's an a-hole. And you know, I know this is, some people may not know, but I opened up a newspaper, an actual, like, real newspaper.
it's like the internet made of trees.
I used to love reading the paper. I read it from fucking cover to cover. I miss a newspaper, but I'll never forget opening it up in my little podunk town, and they're like, so and so's done forever. He got caught embezzling millions of dollars, and I'm like, I knew you were an a-hole. Literally screaming at a newspaper, like yelling at a picture, like ah ha ha, you know. No,
Everyone
but
around you's like, what the fuck's this guy?
no, he was a loser. You don't like. I don't embezzle from charities, schools, hospitals. You know, fill in the blank. Don't embezzle.
Exactly.
You know, I come from a family business. Like, it's easy to skim off the top, but eventually someone's going to catch it in the paperwork.
Yeah.
You
As
know,
you were saying earlier, I won't. If someone's stealing bread to feed their family, I don't care. If you're stealing someone's retirement fund, that's a different story.
Yeah, I'll fight you. See, and that's a very good point. If I see someone stealing some bread and like bologna or something, I'm not gonna say a word. You know, but if you're stealing from everybody else, I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you. I will confront you right then and there. Like, wait a minute. I worked overtime for this. And it's easy. Like, the job I have, it's easy to abuse it because we're basically like given a blank check and expected to do our job. So it's really, and when I was younger, I saw people go to jail for abusing that job, you know? So it's better to be on, but I work for a charity that helps. I work for special needs adults. Like, if you're ripping off special needs adults, I'll fight you.
There's a special place in hell.
Yeah, I will find you. I'm gonna give you my Liam Neeson line, like, I have 3 skills.
Sewing.
Yeah, exactly. Sewing, sleeping, and finding you. I never forgotten when I was a kid in the surf club and I was a first by a long way, and the kid in the second place. Mom disqualified me for no reason. You see, that's what I'm saying. Nepotism is not always the greatest thing, you know.
Surfing. I've never gone surfing.
What?
I know, I'm one of those California like, I've gone snowboarding, never gone
Okay.
surfing.
I have a 6'2", 5 fin silver strand over my head and a 7-foot quicksilver over my head as well.
I have a TTPE Black Panther snowboard above my head.
Oh, what fell? Oh, okay, that was the Blue Ranger. You could probably see it. Let's see. Oh no, you can't.
See,
It's in. I have son of an engineer, so there's lots of stuff
way
packed
up
in
there.
here. Oh, that's awesome. I love my 5 fin is like an old school relic, and that thing's a Ferrari on the water. I love that board. But coincidentally, my son started living with me 11 years ago, and I have not gone out in 11 years. Because surfing, you get up at 4 a.m. You gotta catch. You're up there. You're literally watching the sun come over the horizon as you're on the ocean. It's beautiful, you know. But my kid's not gonna get up. He's gonna tell me to go kick rocks. If I'm like, let's go
Fuck
surfing.
you.
Yeah. Get in the
Make
cold water voluntarily.
For real.
I still have all my wetsuits and everything, but I've gained some weight.
Yeah, try to put me in my old wetsuit. I look like a freaking hot dog. It's like all
Exactly.
squished.
I put on my I don't know how to say it without using the derogatory term, but it I have a thermal suit, I have a wetsuit, and I have a half a wetsuit, which is just arms. Like it's basically like your arms are exposed and it's from your knee down.
No,
It's
we call them
called
Farmer
something
Johns.
it's called something derogatory, so I can't say it.
Oh yeah. We used to just call them Farmer John style, but yeah, like.
I like that. That's way better than what Southern Californians call it. But like our water's freezing here. I'll teach you how to surf, Liz.
Pacific Ocean is cold.
It is so cold. A lot of people don't realize that our water's coming from Alaska. It's coming, from like way, way down. Somebody stayed up until 6 o'clock this morning, so it's like 9 a.m. for you right now. His circadian clock is set on Christmas break, which is cool because I get to stay up, sleep in. It's cool. And tomorrow we have do we have any obligations tomorrow? Oh, you have your date with your girlfriend. Oh, you don't want the internet to know? I'm proud of you, bro.
Isaiah's got a girlfriend, huh?
He's of that age. Age. You know what? I'm gonna tell you, it's way more innocent because they like totally talk online. My ex-wife knows his mom, or she knows her mom. I was like a feral child. I was smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. I look at Isaiah, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I was an animal when I was your age.
Oh my god, right? Like somebody like I look at my kid, I'm like, okay, yeah, he literally sits and plays video games all day, and doesn't like to do chores and just defiant. But what the fuck was I doing? Like, how was I like smoking, like drinking, stealing shit, starting fires?
Yep.
Like, you know what? It could be worse.
My ex-wife and I talk about it all the time. We talk about it all the time, like especially because her and we're from that era. Like we were feral children. We were, and so I'm like, hey, I tell them all the time, live your life, stay up all night, freaking don't get the cops called. The fire extinguishers are, because when I was his age, I was smoking cigarettes and lying to my parents, drinking booze. We used to go, we call it garage shopping because a lot of people leave their garages open. We'd go take some old guy's 6-pack. When I say old guy, it's like someone who's my age now. Oh gosh. But like when you think about it, back then they looked old, but they're literally my age now,
Don't you call me old man.
I used to say that to my brother all the time. He's 15 years older than me. And like I called him old man when he was in his 30s. Imagine what he said. He looks at me now like feeling young, huh? It's so, oh gosh, so true. So true.
So I hear you have to run your camera at 480p. Huh?
But like these kids are so innocent. Like I hear his girlfriend talking like when I was 13, I was literally in competition with grown men that had cars. Now we put those people in jail. But when I was 13, these 13-year-old girls were dating like grown. I remember being in junior high, sitting with this one girl, and she's like, I think you're so awesome, but my boyfriend has a car. She gets up and gets in the guy's car. I remember at 12 years old being like, can't compete with that. I'm 12, bro. I have a bus pass. I'm a bus pass. Like I can't compete with that, dude. So these kids, like he video chats with her, like it's it's all innocent. It's
Yeah,
all
it's
like
like at the cute stage in life. Yeah. Is this his first girlfriend?
totally.
Oh, so he hasn't had heartbreak yet.
He has because Isaiah would go and like ask girls out.
Oh,
So and kids are mean, bro.
rejection sucks, especially like at that age.
Yeah. And because like, and I don't even think it's autism. Like I was Georgie Porgy. I was never scared of girls. I liked girls. So I'm a talker. So I just start talking and I'd have girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's more, I don't think him walking up to girls and being like, oh, hi I don't think that's odd. That's just natural. He's a Mac.
He's been an awkward teenager. And it's like,
Exactly.
"Hi."
I'm an awkward ass adult, like, and that's part of the charm too, though. That's part of the charm.
Yeah, and it takes until you're an adult to realize that the girl is just as awkward as you are. Like they're just trying to figure this shit out too. Like
I totally spy on their conversation though, because they're loud as hell. It's kind of like it's kind of like when you pull up next to somebody and you're like, okay, I'm trying not to listen to your conversation, but it's piped through the speakers in your effing car. So I know little Joey didn't go to school today because you're having a meltdown. You and your husband are fighting. I can hear y'all on the speaker.
I know your husband's having an affair with his secretary.
That actually happened today, and Isaiah's like, "Are you really listening?" I'm like, "Stop talking. I'm listening to these people over here. I want to hear what they're saying." But I like, he has his computer turned all the way up, and I'm like in the hallway, like, this is so innocent. This is so innocent. You want to talk about Camel Cash? I had a stack of Camel Cash when I was his age because I had a smoking habit, And here I'm in my 40s and I can't breathe. I think that's another thing. These kids have the benefit of the world at their fingertips. They do. They have so much more knowledge.
Oh,
I
yeah.
only knew everything that people had told me or something I read in a book. You know what I'm saying?
I had an encyclopedia like Britannica set, and that was the internet for me.
Thank you.
And
Same. And so these kids, they know they're talking to people in other countries at different age. I thought having a pen pal at school was just space age. These kids, they're on a different level, but they're not as like hardcore. I was talking about this with my ex-wife too, because she works with the youths and like they don't smoke like we did. When I was a kid,
good, they're smarter.
they are because they have the information. See, we did
Exactly.
We didn't. Everyone I knew smoked. Everyone. As far as like even people that played sports, the gothic kid, everybody, the unpopular kid, the popular kid, everyone
cool
smoked.
kid. Yeah.
And like nowadays, these kids don't smoke like we did back in the day,
It's also like $20 a pack.
And do I said this to my mom the other day and she was like, what? And I'm like, well, it's because you don't smoke. You don't know this. I don't know about anywhere else in America, but in California, you have to be 21 years old to smoke cigarettes.
So crazy.
I was old when they made the law. Like I was in my 30s. I was like, I don't care. Might have saved my life. It might have added a few years on my life if it was super illegal,
Yeah, like it was weird. Like smoking. Like I grew up. My grandma was a chain smoker, and then like this is like I couldn't get, this is the time where like I couldn't necessarily go to the store with a note from grandpa, saying, "Hey, go get, some cigarettes," but they weren't under lock and key. Like you could just go and grab several
Oh,
packs
heck
and
yeah.
and I was a cigarette snipe, and I was in 4th grade, 3rd grade, this stuff, stealing packs of cigarettes because I thought it was cool, and then
Yep.
smoking and like, oh my god. And looking back, like, I was like 10. Like, what's
Yep.
going on?
That's why I look at my son, even his friends, like they're so innocent. I recently was around somebody who was 19 and they were so square. So like, man, when I was 19, I had raccoon bags under my eyes. I freaking would walk in a room hungover. Like I looked like shit when I was 19. I quit drinking when I was 21 because I had drank so much as a kid. Now that it was legal, there was no longer an appeal. And I didn't pick it back up until I was 31. That's how much I didn't. I was just like, oh, it's legal now. The fun's gone.
For real. Yeah, it loses. Yeah, the taboo nature of it is really what, like, yeah, it's fun to get drunk, but when you're 19, 20 years old, like when you're 21, it's like, fuck, I can do this. I can go to the bar.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
who cares? Like,
Do you know, I'll never forget the first time I went into a bar in Hollywood and a buddy, and I worked at a tattoo shop. They paid me every night. So I thought I was rich because they'd give me 120, 140 every night. But when you get paid like that, you better save your money. you know? But I'll never forget, I went to the Saddleback Ranch in Hollywood with the famous bull that everyone rides. Didn't even get drunk. I spent $75 on booze.
god
Didn't
damn.
even get drunk. I mean, that's 2 beers and a shot in Hollywood. I'm exaggerating, but that's like 4 beers and a shot in Hollywood is like $75.
Seriously. Like, there's like you can go and like go to the liquor store and go buy a 6-pack, for whatever. But God help you if you go to the club, you are
Oh, I was trying to show off and like, I have a good friend of mine. He's Armenian and we're still friends on Facebook. And he always tells me, he's like, what the hell was wrong with us? We were trying to be cool. And we were 2 geeks at the bar with over expensive drinks trying to talk to women that were way out of our league.
sounds like Hollywood.
It was Hollywood, way out of our league. But again, I had confidence, and I'm like, hey, I work at a Subway. You're on TV, but I'm gonna walk up to you anyway. there was this one. I met this one woman though. I'll never forget. She told me, she's like, you work at a Subway? I was like, yeah, I work at a sandwich shop. She's like, okay, we can hang out. You're the only honest person in this room. So kids, it worked. It worked once, but it worked.
And that's the biggest thing is confidence is initiating that conversation. It's
Well, in LA, you can't hide the disparity. Like, you literally get people who are working at like, who are wage slaves next to someone who is driving a Ferrari. I worked at a Starbucks, okay, in West Hollywood. I'll never forget. I walked out and Lenny Kravitz was sitting in his car.
oh, that's cool.
That guy, he's got more money than the Pope. You know what I'm saying? Like, LA is so, and I was broke as hell back then. I was like, I didn't even have money for a bus pass back then when I worked at Starbucks, but that's LA, It's the weirdest mix of people on earth. You get the extreme poor with the extremely wealthy. Oh my gosh. Okay, I've been going on for
Wow.
I needed this one. I definitely needed this one tonight.
This is fun.
I've been going for 4 hours. I actually got something done though. Like I brought that sewing machine back to life.
In the first 10 minutes of the stream.
I thought it was going to be a lot longer. I didn't realize, like, they never work. They never do. And for once, this one is actually a reliable fucking effing sewing machine, you know? Like, that never happens. That's part of my whole thing of, like, I love tinkering and putting them back together. So I'm glad I didn't make a whole video about it. Even though I still will. Skits, you got anything to shill?
Hey, nothing really. Just thanks for having me on, but it was fun.
You're an amazing human. Thank you for coming on. And you know, if you watch this, I don't know why I took that label off. I am so distracted because I've been sitting here for 4 hours. But if you're watching this in the future, I thank you. For everyone in the chat, you're awesome. Mark Short, it was great to see you. I'll be back next Monday, probably streaming for another 4 hours. I'll be coming out with a video probably about my cape and all the other crazy stuff that I've made lately. So until then, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Rock out with the clock out.